Hello, good morning, good morning. Buenos dias para todos. Dobry dzień, dzień dobry, bom dia, bonjour, good dag, guten tag. And this is Adriel here calling you for our last, live stream for me this week. I received word that there will be more live streams starting next week, so stay tuned for those. I wanted to just say that, again, uh, hopefully you've been tuning into the classes, but we've been, all working really hard to provide you great content with italki during the quarantine, the confinement era. And again, I just wanted to thank you once again for tuning in live early in the morning or even later in the day to do everything you can to participate and include and improve your English skills. So thank you again for that. Or maybe you might have been tuned in for the Chinese class or the Japanese class or the French classes that have been happening here. So I just wanted to see if anyone here is already present with us today. If someone is already tuned in, you can say hello. You can say where you're from. You can say it in your native language and also in English. So this is an English class today that will focus on, it's another global theme, a globally related class of traveling and also getting to communicate with people abroad. So is anyone in today? All right, I've got, is your name Manto? Okay, from Barcelona. Okay, and Natalia from Ukraine. Okay, cool, nice. Anyone on italki.com/I stay at home? Is anyone here? All right, so Vanessa is here again. Good to see you again. All right. Anyone else on italki.com/I stay at home? I have a few people from the YouTube page. Okay, I've got Stefania from Italy. I've got Sarah from Spain. Okay, that's good. And yeah, and if you're and you can also tell me maybe what your situation is. If you're working from home right now, what we call teleworking, if you are right now just staying at home waiting for the confinement to finish, to end. All right, I have Javier from Madrid. Okay. All right, cool. So Natalia is saying my 6 week, you can say 6 week old newborn, or is still next to me. Is next to me. It's cool to still take English lessons. Yeah, I agree. I mean, I don't think there's any time better than now to learn a new skill or learn a new ability, right? Even though the confinement can be challenging for many people and maybe even impossible, right? There's some people that have to still work or they have to find a way to live. A lot of us who are able to work at home and able to stay at home with no problems now have an opportunity to learn new abilities. One of those abilities might be learning a new language. So, since I have already a good group of people here today, all right, people that are saying they're teleworking, we're going to start the presentation. So we're going to talk about travel and business communication. I think this was one of my most popular live stream sessions. So I thought I'd give this to you as my last one this week as kind of a treat. Next week, though, if I'm doing more live streams, there will be brand new content. So brand new presentations for that no one has seen before. So that will be pretty cool. For now, right, I just want to say a few other people. I have Aurélie from France, and Sarah says she's working from home office. Yeah, you can also say teleworking. So travel and business communication. It's a big thing. It's one of the most popular things I think people like to study. When I have people that come to my classes, or even in my past jobs, when people would come and do classes with me, a lot of them just said, well, actually, the reason I'm learning English is not necessarily for work. I don't use it for work. I said, okay, so why do you use it? Why do you want? It's like, because I travel a lot. I like to travel. I like to communicate with people. And I realize more and more that even though many of us also like to learn a little bit of the local language. Of course, if some languages are very different from languages we already know, like for example, for example, I'm a native Portuguese English speaker. So, okay, I was able to learn some of the romantic languages, no problem. I speak French, I know some Italian, some Spanish, and that's no problem. But if I'm going to go to a country like, oh, I don't know, Japan, right? Okay, that's going to take a little bit more work maybe because it's very different. That's where the idea of knowing a travel language is very useful. Even though it's very good to learn, I think, the local language and phrases, it's also very good to know what is the travel language of the country. Is it English? Is it French? Is it Spanish, right? For example, it might be, maybe you have to learn Chinese. What's important is no matter where you go in the world, it's important to refine your communication and language skills, right? This is something that I think is people enjoy learning, that they're interested in learning. So I'm going to show you here a few things about traveling abroad. Again, we talked about this word a few classes ago, abroad, working abroad. The word abroad, what does the word abroad mean? When we travel abroad, when we work abroad, this is a word that I can't really find an equivalent in, well, any language I've learned. So, what does abroad mean? When you travel abroad, when you work abroad? Again, you can comment in the YouTube comments. You can also comment on the italki.com/I stay at home page. So the idea, though, is for you to send your responses here for me today. So whatever responses you have, there's no right or wrong answers. I'm willing to help you with your English, but also you can also help yourselves with the English. So one thing that I enjoy about group chatting, right? So the group chat is that a lot of you can help each other, and I think it's a really good thing to be able to do that because you learn together, you learn how to work together and develop a type of conversation together. So all right, I have a few people that finally commented. All right, to go to another country, to travel to a foreign country. Okay, thanks. Yeah, basically outside of your home country. Anywhere you go, if you travel abroad, if you work abroad, that's what it means. You're not. So if you go, if you're living, for example, I don't know, in the north of Italy, and you decide to travel to the south of Italy, that's not traveling abroad, right? That would just, you're still in the same. Even though some people could say it's they're two separate countries. So that's one thing that you do there. So that's one thing that's going to work out. And but when you travel abroad, it's very different, right? Yeah, exactly. Like Natalia says, you cross your country borders to go live or work in another country. Yeah. hmm Yeah. Okay, so I have a question for you all that maybe you might be willing to answer. How many, again, there's in the past, since the 1990s, there's been a 300% increase in overseas trips alone. So, how many people traveled in 2018? Or was it in 2018? How many travelers were there? Were there maybe total number of travelers? And I'm talking about travelers by plane. So think of it this way. Let's say we have, over 7 billion people in the world, okay? And some of those people have traveled more than once. So those are what are called repeat travelers. How many people total traveled in 2018? Can you tell me the total number of people that took trips in 2018 by plane? So again, keep in mind 300% increase in overseas trips alone. So yeah, how many people traveled in 2018? Okay, so I have one person saying 4.3 billion in 2018. All right, that's Liliana. Yeah, that's a lot of people. That's over half of the global population in terms of trips. Remember, it's not one person, one trip. It can be one person, 10 trips, right? So there's a what we call statistical error, right? Basically, it doesn't really mean that the amount you see is the amount that actually traveled. Yeah. So for example, you could say 100, like Javier says, 100 million people total traveled. Okay, that's true. And then some of them traveled, well, let's say many of them traveled 2, 3, 4, 5, 10 times. You get this statistical error where the amount of trips all of a sudden changes. So yeah, there's some people that saying are saying again, we have a link here from Leon that says 4.3 billion. Okay, so that's one interesting source, because the source that I had said 1.4 billion travelers by plane in 2018. So I guess it really depends how the statistics are being put. So looking at that sheet again, you might be able to say that if this is a total of 4.3 billion, right? So I'm looking at the link I just received. Yeah, okay. So carried on scheduled services rose to 4.3 billion. Okay. While the number of departures reached 37.8 million in 2018. So we could say that it's interesting, because again, we're looking at the number of people that are traveling and the number of kilometers that are being traveled. So it's a little bit confusing, right? The statistics are confusing. So one thing we can say is that we have millions of people traveling, but we have over at least 1.4 billion travelers total. So it's a lot of people traveling every year. So it's something that's a little bit complicated. So what are some other big changes that have happened in travel since the last in the last 30 years? What are some other changes you can tell me that have happened in travel, that have occurred? Any other big changes to travel that have come into place, that have occurred? Anyone want to comment? All right, I have a few people. All right, so O'Haley says, I think the price. Okay, so the price is one thing that might have changed a lot in the last 30 years, and that is true. We're going to talk about that, actually, that it's one thing that has changed a lot. If you have other suggestions on other things that have changed, you can write them in the comments. Yeah. So, all right. So, looking forward at this, how often do you travel or work abroad? What places do you like to travel to, either for work or for pleasure? Right. What form of transport do you prefer? And more importantly, what are the pros and cons of traveling by plane, by boat, by train or bus, by car? Again, these are questions we have to ask ourselves, because a lot of us, we enjoy traveling, but maybe we don't always enjoy the process or the journey or the form of transportation. So let's see. All right. So I have a few comments from my last question. It finally came in from YouTube. From one commenter, low cost is a big change. Another one was more travels in long distances. Natalia says more and more people travel just for fun and went living abroad and working remotely. And Vanessa says better communications. So we've got a few interesting comments here. And if you'd like to continue commenting, tell me a little bit about your before the crisis. How often did you travel or work abroad? And what places do you like to travel to, either for work or pleasure? And again, what are the pros and cons? Again, pros being advantages, cons being disadvantages, right? So the we can say the strong, like the positive aspects, and the negative aspects of traveling by either form of transportation. So by plane, by boats, by train, by car. What can you tell me about this? Now, I could add my answer to this. Again, I want to see your answers, but I prefer traveling by, actually, I prefer traveling by car. I used to prefer traveling by plane or by train, even by bus, but I like traveling by car because typically when I do what's called a road trip is when you travel by car, you can go to many places that are more isolated, right? That you can't go by train, you can't go by bus. Maybe you can walk there, you can hike there, right? It's a long sort of trip. But I do like traveling by car, even though it's more dangerous than traveling by plane. I feel like I have more freedom and a not and autonomy when I go by car. So, but traveling by plane, of course, is great. It's very useful. It's fast, although it's probably the least environmentally friendly way to travel. Um, so I have a few people saying, Javier says, I travel abroad one time a year. You can also say once a year. And Monto says by plane or by car. Natalia said, I traveled around 3 times per year. Each trip took around 3 to 4 weeks. I prefer traveling by plane. Okay, yeah. Are you do you have a job that allows you to travel a lot? I mean, I know that, for example, people who work in teaching, teaching is a great job because you get a lot of vacation. Even though you work hard, you get a lot of vacation. So you can tell me also if maybe your job or your lifestyle permitted you to have a lot of trips. um, yeah, yeah, me too. I also prefer to take a plane, we would say, yeah, and then rent a car abroad. Yeah, I've done that before. Okay, I have a few people here. So, hello, Luca from Italy. From I have Stefania here who says, I live in an island, on an island, Sardinia. Yeah. So I take the plane several times a year. Mhm. Liliana says, pros by plane, it's fast and it's the safest. Luca says, I prefer car, it's easier, you can say easier, when you have family with children. Yeah. Well, yes, depends how patient the family and children are, though, because I have a family that had very bad experience traveling by car, had very bad experiences. So Marina says, I prefer traveling by car, bus, train, and plane. Okay, good. Yeah, yeah. All right. So we have a lot of people here who enjoy traveling and traveling in different ways. So that's good. That's good. So we have a nice audience today. So we're going to talk about traveling by plane because, of course, that's the one that has changed the most in the past 30 years. As I said, there's been a 300% increase in travelers, at least 1.8 billion travelers, maybe up to 4.3 billion travelers. It's a complicated number. And again, plane travel is the fastest growing form of travel today, right? So again, this is something that we can't deny, and this is because of changes in ticket prices, low cost airline trips, and weekend getaway packages. And plane travel is convenient for many reasons, but it can be stressful. Why? Just a quick vocabulary check. I think most of you know what low cost is, right? It's if you book with an airliner that has a low fare, a low ticket cost, right? So you don't pay a lot of money to fly somewhere. But you could tell me about, like, what is a weekend getaway package? Have you ever purchased, or have you ever do you know someone who's purchased a weekend getaway package? So, what is a weekend getaway package? What does it do? Why do people buy those? I have a comment here from Natalia saying Ukrainians get the opportunity to travel without a visa to EU, so I enjoy this freedom of traveling. Yeah, yeah, and I'm also an EU citizen. I'm a citizen. I'm an Italian citizen, so I can travel throughout the EU. But I think there's what I was saying was more that sometimes we have jobs that we get more vacation time. So, for example, if you're a teacher in France, where I live, you get a lot of vacation per year because there's school vacation. So I was more asking more in the sense if you have a job that allows you to have a lot of vacation, because some people have jobs where they get 9 paid weeks or 5 paid weeks minimum, and you can take a lot of 2 to 4 week vacations that way. So let's see. I have a few people that commented on the I Stay at Home page. Um, says Oheli says I have gone to London by train, and I find that it's really convenient because we can go from the city center to city center. Okay, so do you live in Paris? Do you take the Eurostar to London? Okay. I think that would be it, but you can tell me otherwise. Yeah, Monica says, I always try to travel at least twice a year, and all the time it's for pleasure. Okay, I'm from Peru and I live in Barcelona, so the plane is faster for me. Okay, so you can say the um, time between. Are you saying finish time or the ending of the trip? So yeah, you could say maybe the total time is 15 to 18 hours, right? So you have to do stops, right? You have to do what's called a layover. It's a layover, we call that layover. That's when you stop. Yeah. Yeah. So some people are saying my job does not allow me to travel. Okay. Yeah. So that can be one problem. Sometimes you have to use your vacation. But remember, when you travel abroad for work, it's not really a vacation, right? It's actually something different than a vacation. And you're doing it for business. But a lot of people, they would like to think that people that travel all the time for work are on vacation all the time, but that's that's definitely not true. Um, so again, just talking about plane travel, it's convenient, but it can be very stressful. Why can plane travel be very stressful? Can you tell me this here? Why is plane travel stressful? What reasons is for what reasons is plane travel stressful? Does anyone want to comment on why it's stressful? Again, maybe you're too stressed to comment. you can you can let me know again if you like traveling by plane. You can let me know. Otherwise, you can tell me why it's stressful. Maybe what reasons. Okay, so Oheli says the turbulence. Okay, yeah, yeah, and turbulence is something that stresses people a lot. And and it's not necessarily something that's dangerous. Turbulence has never caused any plane accidents in history, but it is something that stresses people out a lot. And you can say a few different people saying, let's see. Um, okay, my husband is afraid of death every time we are going somewhere. He's sick. Yeah, sounds like my dad. My dad also gets very sick and stressed out when he travels. I don't. I think he likes it. He likes getting there, but the traveling part he does not like. So, um, and let's see. Yeah, some people are scared by planes in general. The weather, sure. Check-in time is something stressful. Yeah, if someone else, because you are not in your intimate comfort zone. Boarding procedures. Always afraid to miss your flight. Yeah, these are bad things, right? On the YouTube page, I have a few people saying the planes are often delayed. The controls, we could say maybe the actually. What do you mean by controls? I want to know. What do you mean? Kind of the logistics, maybe logistics, the system, maybe the booking system. All right. So we have one person says, I have never traveled by plane, but maybe you lose something. Well, you could lose your flight. Yeah. You could lose your passport. You could lose your boarding pass, right? You could lose your time. You could lose your money. There's a lot of things you could lose with traveling by plane. Yeah. Um, I have one person that says, because you can't go away if you want. Can you explain more? Do you mean you can't like if you don't like it's different when you have a car, right? When you have a car you can go wherever you want. Are you talking about that it's limited? Maybe plane travel is a little bit limited. Hmm. Hold that thought. Give me that thought when you can. Okay, so these are good answers. These are great answers. Just so we're going to talk about plane problems again. One of the plane problems, there are four major problems that passengers complain about with traveling by plane. One of them is seating. More than half of passengers prefer an aisle seat instead of paying for a seat upgrade. So, what is an aisle seat? What is a seat upgrade? Can you tell me what that is? Remember, when you are traveling, this is very good vocabulary to know because maybe you can ask for an aisle seat. You can also ask for a seat upgrade. You can depends on your situation. Um, so I have a few people also commenting. Irina says jet lag. Okay, jet lag is good. Marina says there are a lot of things to do in the airport: controls, baggage. Um, yeah, good. Okay, so we have a we have a Italian comment right here saying finestrino o corridoio. Yeah, so corridoio being, of course, the hallway, right? The corridor, right? Or the aisle is what we call it in English. We call it the aisle. So yeah, and the finestrino being the window seat, right? The window seat. So you have the aisle seat right by the aisle, and you have the window seat right by the window. And Ohedi says it's a seat where you have room for your leg. You do, but you have to also be careful that you don't, hurt someone. If someone's going through the aisle, they don't, whoa, trip, and fall, you know, or you. Sometimes when I like the aisle seat because I can take a bathroom break. Now that's a good reason to sit in the aisle seat because if I'm on a long flight, I never want a window seat because I'm going to sleep, right? So if I have to get up, go to the bathroom, I need an aisle seat because one time I took a window seat taking a plane from New Jersey to Rome, and the person was sleeping, and I had to jump over the person, and I was afraid I was going to hurt this person, so so I called someone. I called a steward. We called a flight attendant, and they came to me, and I said, I need to go, and there's a person sleeping, and they said, can you jump? And I'm like, well, I don't want to hurt this person, right? So he had to wake her up, and I felt really bad. So I try to get an aisle seat because if someone wakes me up, it doesn't matter. I don't sleep well on a plane, so if they wake me up, it's no problem. I just want to have that comfort. So again, it's the level of comfort that you ask for when you're sitting in the plane. And let's see. I have, yeah, exactly. Monica answered the question for me. You don't bother other people if you want to go to the bathroom, rest your legs, or ask for something. Now we also call that the lavatory, the bathroom, the lavatory. Yeah, lavatory we call it, but we call it a lavatory, right? So, and so again, it's one big problem. I think one of the biggest problems, of course, is seating, right? It's an issue. Another problem, pricing, right? Pricing, of course, is something that people hate, not as much as seating, but they do hate it a lot, and they really despise airline charges, baggage allowances, weight restrictions, etc. What are these things? Baggage allowances, weight restrictions. And what does it mean when you despise something? Again, I think you probably know, but just to answer a few questions last time, you have, Dana said, clarified a little bit more what she meant by her last comment. When the traveling by plane starts, you can't interrupt it. If you travel by train, you can go away at least in some station, but plane, it's a closed space. Yeah, exactly. So it's a closed space. And yeah, okay, yeah, you have it in a boat and a submarine. Yeah, exactly. You can't leave, right? So that's a big problem. Yeah, Ohedi asks, what does allowances mean on the landing page? Can anyone help Ohedi? Can you help me? What does allowances mean? Baggage allowances, weight restrictions. What's baggage? If when we say, for example, on this flight you have a limited baggage allowance. You can only check one bag. What does that mean? Baggage allowance. Allowance. What's an allowance? What does it mean when you're allowed to do something? Yeah? Okay, good. So permitted baggage, right? Good. We have a comment here. It's an amount of something you're allowed to have, right? Allowed to have. So this is so again, weight restrictions, the amount of weight you're allowed to bring on the plane. Baggage allowances, the amount of bags, right, that you're allowed to bring onto the plane. So it's always a question of quantity and weight. So it's a big problem. I have found ways to sort of how do I say manipulate the system a little bit. Sometimes you can put things in your personal item or your bag, and then you can put, if you're checking in a bag, but you have to be very careful, right? Because now they are weighing bags in many airliners. So the best thing to do is to sort of, if you're going somewhere for a week, don't pack too many things, especially because if you go somewhere, you might buy things and take it back with you. And if you do that, then you have more weight. So you have to really think about these things when you're trying to save money, because it could cost you a lot of money to upgrade your bag, right? To pay more for your bag. Yeah. So um ju- so that's the second thing that people hate a lot. Another thing people hate is protocol. Passengers dread security scans, delayed flights, missed connections. I think that's something that we all think about. Do you know this word dread? When we dread something, what does it mean to dread something? When you dread security scans, because there's a difference between despising something and dreading something, right? I mean, they're both negative. They're both negative verbs, but uh, what in this context, what does dread mean? All right, so I have a comment here. Be anxious. Yeah, be anxious. Yeah, you can be anxious about something, so you dread it. Yeah, something that you worry about, right? Exactly, is something you dread. And I think everybody here dreads these things. I mean, let's say you did everything correctly. You bought the flight early enough. You got to the airport early enough. You have everything is good. And you get to security and there's an hour delay with the security, or maybe there's a strike, right? And there's a strike, a manifestation, right? Might be a more universal word, and all of a sudden you're not going to get through security fast enough. Imagine you get there early, and then they say the flight's been delayed for 5 hours, right? I mean, it's just all kinds of things like that. There are terrible things that can happen when we travel. Yeah, and yeah, we can be scared, but it's more like something we fear. We fear something, right? It's more yeah, we're afraid of. Being scared is kind of like something a little bit more intense, like you're scared for your life or you're scared for others people's safety. In this situation, you could just be you're worrying about going to the airport. So again, a big problem. And yeah, there's one more thing that people are particularly bothered by when they travel. Do you know what this fourth thing is? What is the fourth thing people are bothered by when they travel? Yeah. What is the last thing? This is something that's very funny every time I ask people about this, but there is something else that people are very bothered by when they travel. Can you tell me what that is? No. Okay, terrorism. Well, I'm going to be honest with you. Even though that is something that scares many people, there were more terrorist attacks on planes in the 1970s and 80s than there have been since that time period. So we have I think better security than ever before. Is it perfect? No. Is it often really, really, really incompetent? Yes, but it's better than it was before. Yeah. If you look at the history of Pam Am, for example, Pam Am, I don't think many people know Pam Am anymore, but at the time, in the 70s, especially 80s, they were one of the biggest. They were the biggest airliner in the world. They were very, very powerful, and they had a lot of problems, financial problems, and they also had, unfortunately, they were attacked a lot they had a lot of problems with terrorist attacks. So it was something that really was a problem they were dealing with, because again, they had a high volume and there was a high, well, again, it was a different time period. So again, seeing here, that's not number 4 though. It's not terrorism. It's something different. Okay, we have someone else that says, okay, crying children. All right, good. So your flight is canceled. Well, people in customs say, what's in your luggage? So that's more protocol. Dana says the lavatory will be broken. That can be pretty bad, yeah, when they scan and touch you. But again, that's all protocol, right? So crying children is the most correct sort of answer, because crying children, it's more related with other passengers. Yeah, other passengers is one of the biggest complaints people have when they travel, which is kind of funny because, again, they're passengers too, and maybe they're not always very respectful passengers. But we hear a lot of stories about passengers having problems with each other. And I think that, again, that's because if you look at all of these things, flying is not really a very comfortable experience like it used to be. So this is something that, again, it's a big problem. And yeah, and other things scare people, like we talked about: accidents, turbulence, weather. But actually, these 4 problems are the biggest ones: seating, pricing, protocol, and other passengers. so there you go. So kind of continuing this here, when we talk about our trips, right, it's a great way to practice English. Expressing your opinion is one great way. So for example, when you say, I like, I look forward to, I enjoy, I love, and you say negative, I don't like, I can't stand, I dread, I hate, right? So these are ways that we can talk about things that we enjoy about flying, but also things that we enjoy in general, right? We can talk about, when we go to other countries or when we work with other people. These are some great vocabulary to know. So again, you can focus on the ing forms of words, or also known as the gerund, when the verb becomes a noun. So for example, I enjoy traveling to other countries. Now, I dread going through security checks. So remember, this is something that I see a lot when I'm teaching English. One thing that I see is that people forget to use the gerund because maybe because, again, there's a different sort of way of speaking in their language. But remember, we're talking about 2 different things here. To travel is a verb, but traveling is a noun itself. We're just talking about traveling. So if you enjoy traveling, we're talking about an activity, or an action that you enjoy taking part of, being part of. So this is something that I see a lot, something to think about. Again, there are ways that you can change this. You could say, I enjoy to travel, but you can't say, I enjoy to travel to other countries, because, well, it's just not very good. So if you say, I enjoy to travel, you're also making a problem here, because the thing about enjoy, you wouldn't say, you can say, I like to travel. I enjoy to travel. You can't. It's like saying, you can say, I hate to travel, right? I don't like to travel. Some of these verbs, they have a very strange thing with when they're expressing a strong emotion, a strong opinion. We can't necessarily use it. So if you, for example, you say, I enjoy, you can't say, I enjoy to travel. You have to say, I enjoy traveling, right? So again, it really depends on the verb we're using. I dread, we can't say, I dread to, You can say, I dread going through, or I dread traveling. It's just a little bit better when we do that. Again, it's a little bit smooth. You can also use superlatives and comparatives. What I like the most is eating the local food. The worst thing for me is flight cancellations. So I just wanted you to practice this grammar a little bit together. Can you, again, practice this using these sentences? So again, we're talking about, for example, what I like the most, what I like the least, the worst thing for me, the best thing for me, right? So again, let's make some sentences here. What do you enjoy about traveling? What do you dread about traveling? Let's see if you can practice the gerund with this exercise. So let me see some of your answers. So, okay, so a lot of people complaining about crying children. It's something, it's worse for the parents, right, than even for you, right? Worse for the parents. Dana asks, can you explain I can't stand? What does that mean? I can't stand. Can't stand something. Like if I say I can't stand going through security. What are we saying there? I can't stand. And feel free to make your sentences. Again, you can post them on the chat page on YouTube and also on the I Stay at Home page. So I want to hear some of your travel stories. Can you share them with me? Hmm, waiting for your comments. Okay, so I can't bear. I can't stand is like saying I can't tolerate, right? I have no tolerance for, right? Okay. So for example, I can't stand the security checks. Yeah, that's a good phrase. I can't stand the security checks. So you don't have to use the gerund in this case, but you could use the gerund. Like you could say, I can't stand going through security checks. For example, that's all right. All right. I enjoy looking um, at places I had never seen before. Better to even say I enjoy going to places, or seeing places. That's it. I enjoy seeing places I had never seen before. Okay, good. Um, uh, and let's see. Edina says, I can't stand smoking people. Now remember, smoking people, smoking becomes an adjective in this case. We need to turn it into a gerund. So you would say, I can't stand people smoking, right? Smoking, right? It's a weird thing because we put it after because the people are smoking. So I can't stand people smoking, right? Is how we would say. So that's one way we could use the gerund. I enjoy sitting next to the window in the plane to see the view. Okay, yeah, all right, that's good. Yeah, I enjoy sitting next to the window. You can say on the plane, right, to see the view. And let's see, Natalia says, what I like the most is diving into another culture thanks to traveling. Yeah, okay, yeah, you can say, or you can say when I travel too, when I travel. I dread losing my luggage and forgetting some things at the hotel. Yeah, that would be good. I enjoy spending time. Remember gerund, right? I enjoy spending time. Yeah, I enjoy spending time with my family in another country. Elisa says, I can't stand the little space between the seats on the plane. Yeah, that's called the middle seat. Yeah, I can't stand the middle seat, right? Or you can say, or maybe you're talking about the space in general, right? You could say, I can't stand the lack of space on the plane. Yeah, it's a, or you can say, I can't stand it's a difficult word to say actually. You could say, I can't stand the lack of seating space on the plane, maybe. Natalia says, once I forgot my engagement ring in an Airbnb apartment. Okay. All right. Rhoda says, I can't stand not having warm water at the hotel. Good. That's a good use of the negative with the gerund as well. I can't stand not having water. Yeah. Again, it's a very strange kind of structure that I teach a lot in my classes, but we have to kind of accept this structure, right? Because again, you're talking about it, you're saying your verb, an opinion, and then you say action. the ing form comes in. And then if you want to say a negative way, you have to then say not in front of the gerund. That's a good thing to remember. One more here from Dana. I can't stand queues for registration. You can say check-in queues. We call it check-in, right? When you have check-in queues, right, for the plane. Yeah, that's always a big problem. Okay, those are good. These are good answers. I enjoy them a lot. Now, again, more grammar check-in. So it's not all for grammar, right? One big mistake we hear while traveling are visitors forgetting the polite question forms. So, for example, the imperative and direct questions. Where's the nearest bus stop is an inquiry, right? So an inquiry, right? We're asking for information, right? We're asking for more information. We're asking for things that maybe we don't know. And the next one is, why is my flight canceled? Again, asking for information. Even though it's a very direct sounding question, it's still asking for information. And there are ways that we can make this question sound more polite. Again, one thing that happens when people travel, they have a tendency to get very stressed out. They have a tendency to forget to be polite to others. Remember, even though a lot of people that work in the tourism industry, they might come off as rude or they might come off as not very polite. Sometimes it might be the person who maybe the quantity of people they get who are impolite to this person. So, be respectful to this person, understand that maybe they're working a lot and working very hard, and, maybe they're not happy with their job, not happy with their service. So the best thing we can do is to improve how we ask for help, right? So if you say, "Can you change my seat?" It's a request, and even if you don't use the question form, you use the imperative form where you use you sort of give an order like "Help me, I'm lost." That still comes off as a request, but it's not necessarily a very polite request, unless what's going on in your life is life or death, right? so so let's look at this for a second, right? Just sort of revising this a bit. What are some ways that we can make this a little bit more polite? So how do we make where's the nearest bus stop? How do we make this into a more polite question? Hmm. Okay, good. So yeah, good morning, Nacho. Good to see you. Dana's saying, could you tell me where's the nearest bus stop? Okay, that's one good way. Could you tell me where's the nearest bus stop? You can say that, or you can also say another way to say it is, could you tell me where the nearest bus stop is? Now, this is always something kind of strange because, again, we're talking about asking a question to get information, because my answer would be it is, or the nearest bus stop is. So when we ask a question in English, it always has to sort of reflect the answer should reflect the question. So again, this is just sort of something to sort of think about when we're asking these questions, is thinking about a way to sound direct but also sound very polite. So I have one question from Natalia. Could you tell me? Could you tell me? Yeah. And let's see, what else do we have? Could you tell me? Yeah. What about the why is my flight canceled? What's a polite way? We could say, could you tell me? I do like this one. Do you mind? Well, you could say, would you mind, right? Would you mind? Now, again, Nacho, you just came in, I think, to the class. We were talking about the gerund a little bit earlier. So you could say something, for example, as in, would you mind helping me find the nearest bus stop? Ah, good. Now that would be a very polite question. And again, when we use this form, the gerund, it creates a more polite question form. I can't really explain why, but it just kind of sounds like you're not giving someone orders, right? You're just asking for someone's help, and you're doing it in a way where it's sort of just like, oh, this is what they always do. They always help you with these things, right? So yeah, saying excuse me, saying could you tell me, saying please and thank you. Those are always great things. But when you're speaking using the gerund, right, again, that's a great way to soften the language, right, to make the language a little bit softer. And yeah, these are some good ones. Yeah, could you be so kind to tell me? Yeah, that's lovely, very very polite. Maybe even too polite. Some people are saying, Marina says, I would like to know. Okay, that's a good one. What about the could can you change my seat or help me? I'm lost. How do we improve these? How do we improve these requests? I mean, these requests maybe they might be requests that you're dealing with like a big situation, a problematic situation. But what are some ways that you can make this a little bit more polite? Can you change my seat? Yeah. Okay, yeah, I have one more from Elisa. What's the reason for canceling my flight? Well, be careful though, because when we ask that, it makes the person sound like they canceled the flight. It's better to say, why, what is the reason that you could say maybe, could you tell me the reason that my flight was canceled, for example? That because then it doesn't sound like that the person canceled their flight because they probably didn't do anything. Um, let's see, a few questions from the landing page. Is it possible to change? Yeah. Please, could you help me? It's better to say, could you help me, please? Right? Yeah. Could you please change my seat? Shall you change my seat? Um, is more asking like maybe a possibility, right? You're saying like, shall you? Maybe an intention, right? And a possibility with an intention. Let's see. Could you change my seat? Sorry, I was wondering if you could change my seat. Yeah. Okay. Would it be possible to change my seat? All right. Those are some good ones. Yeah. Yeah. Again, let's just look at some of my notes here. Again, we have, could you tell me where the nearest bus stop is? Again, saying is at the end just because it creates a direct question and it allows me to answer the question in a way that copies the question, right? So the nearest bus stop is over there, right? Do you happen to know why the flight is canceled, right? Why it is canceled, right? We can say was, but again, is canceled because it's an active thing. It's an active truth. Again, we're talking about something that remains true. And again, would it be possible and could for the polite question form? This is something that's very big. I mean, I'd like to think that all of us are very polite people, and when we travel, we're very respectful people. But in my experiences traveling, I have seen native speakers not follow any of these rules. It's a big problem, I think. I remember I went to a famous cafe in Amsterdam, and I went to this cafe, and of course, I was very polite with the people there because I imagine they work hard and they have a lot of tourists such as myself. And yeah, pretty much it was nothing but tourists, right, who were there. And there was one customer that was particularly surprising, who said something along the lines of like, can I like get a coffee? I thought, wow, that's I think it's the worst way I've ever seen anyone ask for coffee anywhere in the world. I've never seen it that bad before. And that's just asking for a coffee. I can't imagine what this person is like when they have a canceled flight or when they're lost or when, there's a problem with their check-in or luggage. They must turn into a monster, right? So there's a lot of ways you can do that. I understand traveling can be stressful. A lot of people might be maybe they're traveling with someone, they're having fights with this person and all that. But the least we can do is if we're doing okay, we can still find a way to be polite and still be direct. Sometimes people are okay with direct questions. I know in many countries that's okay, but it's good to say please and thank you anyways. I mean, I remember I would go to some countries and I didn't really speak the language and people were pretty like intense with me, but when I would say please and thank you in their language, they were a little bit happier. I mean, it was it was something I did for them. Again, it doesn't matter, but I think it kind of does too, because you never know who that person is. It's very good to practice this with when you're practicing your English abroad. So again, closing the doors, right? Just, bringing a little bit of travel humor to our presentation because, why not? Traveling will continue to be something very important as long as prices remain low and demand stays high. So again, we're using these two verbs in a very, again, they're kind of interchangeable, but we do say this a lot. We prices stay low, remain low. I think is a little bit more natural because again, the prices don't go up; they remain in one place. They just don't move, and demand stays high. It's to me, it just sounds a little bit more natural. And demand remains high, but again, the point being, these verbs are very interchangeable, and we use them a lot when we're talking about rates and statistics. Um, and again, this may change with the current crisis, but practicing good grammar and vocabulary for travel is still helpful for everyone learning English. Why is this? Again, because practicing great communication with others, it builds a greater understanding with all cultures. So if you have been tuning in with my live stream classes and other live stream classes this week, you know that one thing that we learn when we're learning other languages, we learn how to communicate with other people from other cultures. And that's something that we call cultural sensitivity. So even though we have the language, we still have a different mindset, a way of thinking, a way of seeing things, and we need to be respectful about that. But we don't have to just look at our differences. We can find a common way of communicating and learning and improving your English is I think through improving your travel and vocabulary and travel grammar, for example, is a great way to also improve this level of communication and improve this level of really understanding with other people. So, to me, it's a big thing. I can't emphasize it enough, and I think that even though we like learning travel vocabulary for fun, we're actually learning more than just travel vocabulary. We're also learning how to talk to others, be respectful to others, and also understanding of others. So it's a pretty amazing way to connect with the world. I think it's not just learning English; it's learning sort of a new universal way of talking to other people. So yeah. So with that, I'll sort of conclude that again. I really enjoyed your answers today. Again, thank you for tuning in today early in the morning on the italki.com/I stay at home. My name is Adriel. I'm a professional instructor on italki.com. There are also many other professional instructors on the website that specialize in many languages, not just English, as well as informal tutors and language exchange partners that want to learn your language as much as you want to learn theirs. There are also many learning resources on the websites. There are videos and blog posts and journals and all kinds of other fun things that you can do to reach your goals in your target language. So again, it's been a really fun sort of relaxing lesson today. Again, wherever you are in the world, I wish you the best wishes. I hope that you're staying safe at home and not going out and having fun. Really, just finding a way to have fun at home. The COVID-19 crisis not only has changed the world of travel, it's changed, well, the entire world. So whether or not we go back to normal is not really our concern today. Our concern is we find a way to prepare for the world of tomorrow. So, wherever you are today, I wish you the best health, the best vibes, lots of good hope and lots of good thoughts to you and your family. So, again, thank you very much. If you'd like to book a class with me, there is my link below. And again, I wish you a great rest of your week, and hopefully, we'll see you next week for some brand new live stream classes. Our next class is going to be with Karen on pronunciation revision. So, thank you very much once again, and have a great rest of your day.
aprender. Los usuarios con tiempo libre se mostrarán disponibles para recibir llamadas y de esta forma ganarán recompensas ayudando a otros usuarios. Así es como conectamos personas de forma colaborativa y gratuita en nuestra aplicación. Únete a nuestra comunidad, haz nuevos amigos y mejora en todos los idiomas que quieras. Descarga Lingvi y practiquemos juntos.
Este es Peter. Está aprendiendo chino. Ha intentado estudiar por su cuenta con libros, tarjetas de vocabulario y aplicaciones móviles, pero sigue teniendo problemas para hablar. Esta es María. Le encanta aprender inglés, pero no tiene oportunidades para ponerlo en práctica. Con italki, Peter y María pueden recibir clases personales online para hablar con fluidez en otro idioma. Tú también puedes aprender un idioma en italki. Empieza hoy en 3 simples pasos. Primero, elige un idioma. Inglés, alemán, chino, francés, japonés. Italki tiene profesores para cualquier idioma. Segundo, escoge un profesor. Con Italki puedes escoger entre miles de profesores con experiencia de todo el mundo. Tercero, elige el horario de tu lección. Las clases de idiomas online son el mejor método para aprender con profesores nativos. Con Italki tendrás un profesor de idiomas personal y conversaciones reales con hablantes nativos. Cada día miles de personas aprenden con profesores internacionales a través de italki. Encuentra un profesor hoy y domina el idioma de tu elección.
Hi everyone, it's Vicente and I teach Spanish on italki.com. And today we will be talking about 3 grammar rules to follow when you start learning Spanish. The first one is that, as you have already heard, Spanish verbs are always conjugated. That means that they have to match with the subject of the sentence. For example, there are different pronouns in Spanish. Yo, tú, él, ella, usted, nosotros, nosotras, vosotros, vosotras, and ellos, ellas, y ustedes. All these pronouns have their own conjugations, and it's very common for beginners to mix them up. So remember this. When you start to conjugate the verbs, they have to match. The second rule is very important as well. The Spanish nouns and adjectives has to be in the same level. Let me explain you this. If you have a noun that is feminine and plural, for example, las mujeres, the adjective that you have to use right after the noun has to be feminine and plural as well. For example, las mujeres españolas. It is the same with the articles las, female and plural. We use this article because, as I say, it's female and plural. The third rule I already mentioned before, and be careful, English speakers, because the adjectives in Spanish go after the noun, not before like in English. This is very common for students that learn Spanish and already speak or know English. When I say it, las mujeres españolas, españolas is the adjective, and I put it after las mujeres. In English, it would be a Spanish woman, but not in Spanish. Okay, there are some occasions where the adjectives go before the nouns. That is true, but normally this use comes out at intermediate level or advanced level, so do not worry when you are a beginner. Thanks for watching this video, and don't forget to subscribe to the italki YouTube channel over here. Take a lesson with me on italki.com by clicking on my teacher profile link in the description. Hasta luego! Hi everyone, it's Vicente and I teach Spanish on italki.com, and today I will be talking about 7 Spanish words that are similar to their English counterpart. These words are also known as cognates. What a cognate is? A cognate is a word that has the same linguistic derivation that another word, and it looks similar, and when you pronounce it, it sounds almost the same. And here I will give you 7 cognates so you can use them in Spanish as well. The first one is alcohol in Spanish. Guess you know what it means. because it sounds pretty similar than in English, doesn't it? Number 2 is conclusión. This one has a different pronunciation in Spanish, but you will understand definitely when you start learning Spanish. Number 3, hobby. This one is completely similar. We basically took this word from English. Number 4, individual. Of course, it's the same word, just different pronunciation. The next one, number 5, is piercing. Yes, we use this word with the same pronunciation and meaning. Next one, number 6, is informal. I like to use this one in my lessons to explain ways to greet and say goodbye because it's similar in English and is a word that the students understand very quickly. And the last are some words related to sports. If you're learning Spanish and you like sports, you're lucky because most of the words are cognates like football, tennis, baseball, volleyball, hockey, water polo, golf, surf, and so on. As you can see, almost all sports are cognates. So, talking about your hobbies should not be difficult. As you can see, there are many, and I would like to remember you that there are hundreds of cognates, and if you check them, you can be ready to your first Spanish lesson.
Hi everyone, it's Caroline here and I teach English on italki. Today I am going to be talking about business idioms or idioms you might hear in your office or in your workplace. A student asked me a really good question the other day. He asked me whether, because I'm a native English speaker, do I know every single idiom? And the answer is no. Idioms are phrases or expressions that come from a particular place or a particular age group. So idioms are different in the UK to idioms in the United States. I've chosen 5 business idioms to talk to you about today, and you may hear them in an office in the UK or in the States. So hopefully they will be super useful for you. Idiom number 1 is the big picture. Imagine you go into a meeting and your boss says to you, you've lost sight of the big picture. What does that mean? That means that you are thinking too much about the small details of the project and you are so interested in those little details that you don't remember what it is you're trying to achieve. So always keep sight of the big picture. The second idiom is to go the extra mile. Now imagine you're in an interview and the interviewer says to you that they are looking for someone who always goes the extra mile. What does that mean? Does it mean they want you to run around the office every day? No, it means they want you to do more than just what is in the job description. They want you to go that little bit further and to take on extra responsibilities. That is going the extra mile. Third idiom is a win-win situation. A win-win situation means everybody gains something. A really good example of this is these videos that I'm making for italki. italki gains some content for their site, some lessons for their learners, and I have a platform where students can see me and book lessons with me. It's a win-win. I wins and Caroline wins. The fourth idiom is word of mouth. So an example of this is, think about how you found out about italki. Did you find italki by searching on Google, or did you find italki because one of your friends recommended it to you? Recommendations from friends are word of mouth. It can be positive or it can be negative. If your company gets bad word of mouth, it is going to be a very difficult time for your company because people really listen to the opinions of their friends. So make sure when you do have good word of mouth about it. The fifth final business idiom is to touch base. My manager used to say this to me a lot. To touch base means to have a very quick and short meeting about a project or something that you are working on. It might only be 5 minutes of your time, but in that time, you will check that your understanding of the project is the same as your manager's understanding of the project. So I have a challenge for you. In your next lesson, I want you to ask your teacher if you can touch base about what you have learned in your lesson so far. 5 minutes at the end of the lesson, you review all of the different subjects that you have been studying. You're touching base about the things you have covered so far. Thank you so much for watching this video. To italki somewhere. And you can take a lesson with me by clicking on my teacher profile in the description box. Have a good day, everyone. Bye.
Welcome back to the Stop Being Boring When Speaking English video series. When speaking to native English speakers, it's useful to use a variety of vocabulary to make your conversation sound more interesting and flow. Why not spice up your language a little bit and impress others with your speaking abilities? In this next video, we will take a look at some American and British slang.
Number 1, American. John Hancock.
John Hancock.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a person,
It's a name of a person, yes.
and it's American slang.
Mm-hmm. What do you think?
I just got John Hancock. Does it mean like wasted?
Certainly not.
Give me an example.
Okay. So, can I please have your John Hancock at the bottom of this paper? Come on, you gotta get it now.
Is it your signature?
Yes, you got it! That was easy.
Okay. Number 1, British. Peak. What does peak mean?
Like, taking a peek.
Yeah, that's,
Sorry, that's not taking a peek.
that's not slang.
This is taking a peek.
But that's just like taking a peek. That's not slang.
Oh,
Like in a slang
peak.
context.
Like the peak of a mountain? That's not slang. That's actually
Yeah, that is the peak of the mountain.
I don't know. Tell me.
Okay, let me give you an example. So say you go out one night and you lose your purse, your keys.
Is it like the most horrible situation you can be in?
Yeah, exactly. You like that's the peak. You'd be like, oh yeah. How was your night? It was so peak.
I'm tired. That's so peak.
Exactly. Cool. So it's like the peak of badness, I guess.
Oh, I got it.
Yeah, so the peak.
2, American. Jacked.
Does that mean like hench?
What does hench mean?
Like say to the gym.
Don't answer back with a slang word.
So the British equivalent of jacked would be hench, I think. So if someone's like really ripped.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
So hench.
Go to the gym, work out a
They're
lot.
like, whoa, look at him, he's so jacked.
We say hench. Number 2, British. Peng. Peng.
Peng.
Peng. P-E-N-G. Peng.
Like someone being hanged on the head with something? Or
I'm
just thinking of bang and pang kind of similar, I don't know.
I guess it's a little similar. No.
Give me an example.
Okay, so for example, say you're eating a cake, it's delicious, you can say, oh, this is peng.
Does it just mean delicious?
You could use it in other contexts as
Does it
well.
mean like it hits the spot? You know?
Yeah, but I could also say that your eyes are peng, or a person is peng.
Just mean like extraordinarily awesome?
Basically, if you're talking about a person, you might even say peng-ting.
Peng-ting.
Like he's a peng-ting.
Okay.
This is mostly
So
London.
like a 10.
Yeah, exactly.
Like the top of the top.
Yeah, basically.
Number 3, American. I blew it.
I blew it.
I blew it!
What a nightmare. I blew it.
Yeah.
So that means that you've completely ruined the situation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Say like, I didn't make it into school. So my parents will not be proud of me. I blew it.
Yeah, when you rocked up late to work. Not that we ever knew that.
Yeah, I'm never late.
Number 3, British. Having a mare. Having a mare.
Having a mare, a nightmare, like horrible, real nightmare in reality, basically.
Very good. Okay, that's exactly
That was
it.
a lot easier than that, obviously.
Yeah, well, I thought I'd go continue. Having a mare. You were having a mare before.
I was having a mare
Yeah.
before, not understanding anything she was saying.
Yeah, exactly. So there you have it. There's our British and American slang. Tell us what you thought of it. Did you understand it? And we'll see you next time.
My name is Vũ Nguyễn. Tên tôi là Vũ Nguyễn. It's really amazing to me. From italki, I can meet people around the world, and they can give me more energy to live and more inspiration to live. Also, very magical. When I can go on lesson and I feel that I'm doing a very good job and at home is a very wonderful thing. I can do something and I'm doing something. Yeah. I think that I can say I can talk with people. That's the first motivation for me to come here. The second thing that I can have some money for my life to make my life become better and more comfortable. It's a very wonderful website of italki because italki is a connection between every people in the world with each other. There are many purposes for to learn a new language. Innovation is the most important. Not only study language, but also sharing idea, culture, and everything else in the life. And through the learning and teaching, and we can share more idea and we can share our life better. You know that because it their own experience and their own knowledge and their own way of living. And when we meet these people and we think that we are covering a new universe or a new area or something like that.
So it's wonderful that we have this diversity and we should just learn from each other. But if you at least just learn a second language and expose yourself to a second culture, not understand that culture, but
Okay. Hi. Okay. Hello, everybody. We are going to be talking about silent letters in English today. We are continuing with pronunciation. It's basically finishing off, but we're going to play a little game, okay? So I hope that you are able to join in with me. Join in with the game called Conundrum. I don't know if you have it in your country, but we have a game. Well, the Brits actually have a game which is famous. They love it to bits. Okay, so if you get into this game, you'll really understand some of the British mindset. Okay, they just love their language, and they love playing with language, and they love the games to do with language. And everybody used to come home from school and play the game called Conundrum. So what I'm going to be doing today is just playing this game with you. It's actually quite fun. And I'll explain it as we go along. I'm going to go through a list of words, which is slightly boring. So as you join me, I can then start the game. All right, so I'm Karen, and I am from Johannesburg. I live in South Africa. And although we can't go there now, the game parks are not very far away, so we can go for a drive to our favorite game reserve. I have a friend who offers me a free accommodation in her cottage, and she's got zebra and impala, yes, impala, and nyala in her game reserve. The nyala are those ones that almost look like kudus. They've got big horns, well, the males, and they are quite an interesting group. They're actually quite tame. And yeah, so if you are with me now, why don't you just comment and we'll go further, and then I can start. It's really helpful to be able to start. Okay, just let me know that you're here. Let me know which country you're from. Greet everybody else, and we'll be carrying on from there. All right. So let's do silent letters. Okay. So I'm just trying to, oh, it was supposed, that's what I was trying to do. I was trying to present. Okay. Just a moment. It's coming. It's just taking its own time. And I'm looking forward to helping you with the silent letters. It's fairly easy. And then that's the last on pronunciation, because I think you can manage others. I'm going to do something slightly different otherwise. Okay. So here we have, yeah, Uncle, hi. Robert, hi. Good. I'm glad you're going to play. Camila, good. It's fantastic to have you. And we're going to start this little game. All right. Now, take note of these words. You may need them later. All right. I won't tell you what the game is yet. Okay. Sometimes we have a silent letter, especially where we have a C-A-L-L-Y, okay? We don't say the A. It's just a habit. It's not a rule, okay? Remember that English doesn't operate by rules. We have too many exceptions to operate by rules. So we have a few rules, of course, but there are so many exceptions to that. So some of the silent letters are when you have a C-A-L-L-Y. Artistically, if you want to repeat after me, that'll be really good because it'll obviously improve your pronunciation. So artistically, logically, musically. Hi, Carol. Hi. Good to see you again. Remind me, Carol, are you from, I don't remember where you're from. I think I remember you. Yeah, I don't want to say the wrong country just now. I'll offend you. Remind me where you're from originally, even if you live elsewhere at the moment. Okay, physically. Remember the PH is a sound if it begins a sentence. All right, and then critically. All right, critically. Good, Manuela. Good morning. How are you, Manuela? Are you from Spain or Italy? Which one? I can't always work out the surnames. I have such names your names overlap so much. Okay. So here we have. That might help matters. There you go. So here we have the silent letter B. Carol Venezia, sorry. Yeah, that's great. Lovely to have you. You put a very English name over there, but it's still fine. You're welcome to do that for the internet. Roma. Okay, good. Very good to have you with us. It's fantastic. Okay. So today, for those of you who've just joined us, we're going to play a game. So note these words very carefully. Try and remember them because we're going to play a game which is called Conundrum, all right? It's one of the famous British games and the Brits love it. They come home from school and they watch this television program, or they used to, called Conundrum. And it was run by Carol somebody or other, I can't remember her surname, I think. But yeah, and this other guy, I don't remember names very easily from, shows or whatever. They're not important to me. So I'm now going to go through these. And if I won't necessarily look at the definition because I'm not going to focus on definition here. If there's a word you don't know, just write it down and look up the definition. Because I think the game is actually a lot more fun. Okay, so aplomb. He did it with aplomb. Okay, that gives you the context. Bomb. There's no B sound. It's just bomb. So MB is always all right? The sound is always Comb. Elisa, good to have you. Remind me where you're from, Elisa. I don't always remember, I'm afraid, especially if I don't see your faces necessarily. And of course online it's very difficult to see tiny little icons. So do remind me from where you're from. Welcome, and we're going to play a game today, okay? So take note of these words, remember them, and we're going to do something with them. Okay, climb, bomb, climb, comb, okay? It's not comb, it's comb, okay, comb. All right. However, just to make you very confused, it's coulomb, coulomb, and that's a scientific term. You can look it up, it's a measurement. All right. Spain, good, welcome. Bienvenida. Crumb, crumb. Okay, the crumb of bread. Okay, there are just, sometimes you just need to remember the words, but however, so Camila's asking, how do we know when we're reading if the letter is silent? And the answer is sometimes it's just depends on the word, you're right, but sometimes there are rules like MB, unless at the end of a word definitely is just a sound. If it's in the middle of the word, you wouldn't necessarily do that. I don't think you ever do that. But at the end of a word, MB, you only have an M sound. Okay, the B is silent. Okay, so debt. Okay, and here that's a different rule. Remember, BT. Again, the B will be silent. Doubt. You can see what I mean. Dumb is a part of the MB rule. Jam, the door jam, is part of the MB rule. It's not the jam that you spread, that's JAM. Okay, but the door jam, the frame. Okay. Lamb, okay, part of the MB rule. Limb, or your arms, your legs, part of the MB rule. Numb, part of the MB rule. Plumber, part of the MB rule. So sometimes in the middle of the word, but there are words where MB in the middle of the word very often is actually pronounced. I'm trying to think of a word, but let me come back to that. Subtle. Sorry, I saw something. Subtle. Again, it's the BT rule. So BT and MB, you know to keep the B silent. Succumb. He succumbed to the temptation his craving for chocolate and ate a whole bar of chocolate. Okay, thumb, the MB rule. Now, yeah, it's going to be difficult. It's tomb and womb. Okay, it's not it's now you see comb, and then suddenly you have tomb and womb. Lovely English, sorry. So let's do that. Comb, O, right? Tomb, U, and womb. All right. Remember that I'm not doing definitions here. All right. I think that if there's a word that you don't know, please write it down and then just quickly look it up in the dictionary, because I want to play a game. All right. So I'm doing some silent letters. So you'll notice I'm going A, B, C. And I'm not going to go through definitions or anything, just because I think playing the game will actually help you remember the words better. All right. Then the definitions will come out later. Okay, so absent, an abstention in voting. He abscended from voting. Abscess, ascend. So here you can see it SC. All of the words are SC. So when it's SC, when very seldom say sk, okay, it's mostly s. So the silent letters C. Assent, ascend, assent, conscience. Okay, so here you can hear ascend, abscess, ascend, assent, then suddenly conscience. Okay, but then a part of that word is science. So conscience and conscious, when you have a con before, remember con-sh, con-sh. That's the rule. Okay, conscious. He was awake, he was conscious. Crescent, again, the s sound, not the sh sound. Descend, go down. Disciple. Evanesce, she had a very evanescent personality. Fascinate. Remember to repeat after me so that you can practice by yourself. Fluorescent. Hi, Eduardo. As you're joining us, I just want to say I'm going through words. I'm not going through definitions because we're going to play a game so that you remember some of the words at least, okay? Fluorescent, muscle, obscene, resuscitate, scenario, scene, scent. Remember to repeat after me. Science, scissors, scissors. That's going to be slightly difficult for the Spanish people. Scissors, scissors, because some of the Spanish people, because some of you don't have, in your particular area, you don't have the z sound. Okay, it's just like a s, but you put a voice into it. Z, okay, and there's more force. Okay, all right. So when you have an SCH, you normally say sk. It depends. Some people will say schedule for that particular word, and some people will say schedule. You can pronounce it either or. Really doesn't matter. Nobody's going to criticize you or think you foreign. I think, I'm trying to think which is more American. Schedule, I think. Schedule. Yes, I think, if I'm not mistaken, schedule is more American, but because we hear American so much, we actually sometimes, and unless we look at a dictionary, we don't actually remember which is an American pronunciation. So through movies, we hear a lot of American pronunciation. All right, then this lovely handkerchief. The D is silent. Schedule is British, schedule is American. Thank you, Alex. I don't really know. I did think it might be. All right. Handkerchief. Handkerchief. Especially in South Africa, because we get both of, we get like TV programs and movies from all over the world. So we have a lot of British, Australian, not so many Australian, but British and American movies. So sometimes I get a bit confused to which country they come from. So yeah, thank you, Alex. Good. Handkerchief. Handsome. No D. Don't say handsome. It's handsome. No D. Sandwich. I had a sandwich yesterday. And then Wednesday. Okay, so here you can see there's 4 words that mostly that cover a lot of the D, silent Ds. It doesn't cover all of the silent Ds, but certainly here. How I personally pronounce the word. Eduardo is asking me how I personally pronounce schedule. I don't even know. I probably alternate. I don't know. I really couldn't tell you now that I've confused myself. I couldn't tell you at all. Okay. So now Wednesday. Okay. Here again, there's no particular rule because you can see that hand by itself is pronounced with a D at the end. But handsome, yeah, you really just leave out the D. Okay. Now we're going to take some of those words, okay, and see now what with conundrum, what you're supposed to do is choose a consonant and then choose a vowel. But I've already chosen some for you, and I'm going to see if you can make. Look, there's a lot of words that you can make with that particular, these particular letters, okay? So what normally happens is that you choose a consonant or a vowel, or a consonant and a vowel, and they put it up, whatever vowel or whatever consonant comes up, you have to use it. Okay, so here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to write the letters. So I'm going to stop sharing for a second, and I'm going to, I'm actually going to write on the screen so that I have to stop the presentation. Sorry, just a moment. I have to go back one. All right. Here. Okay, so that I can write on the screen, and then I shall share again. I have this. All right. Okay, here we go. So what happens is that they choose that and they put it up on screen. But what I've done is I've looked at the words that we've just done, and I have put down letters, which mean that you can actually make words from them. I hope you can. Hi, Cinzia, good to see you. So take the letters that are on screen, and remember, we're trying to make words with silent letters. So let's just see if you can. So take as many letters as you need to make some words. I might even add a few letters just for fun, just to make it easier, and we'll see how you go. So we're playing a game, Cinzia, where we're trying to make words with silent letters, and we've done A, B, C, D. So for the silent A, silent B, silent C, silent D, and I've done a little conundrum. It's a game called Conundrum, and I want you to try and find, use those letters to make a word. I might just add something to make it slightly easier here. And I'm going to make this, and I'm going to write on screen as soon as I see your words come up. Sorry, that was 18. I don't know why it's so. There we go. I'm also going to add. Okay, so now you can make some words, and when you do, I'm going to actually write your answers on the screen. Okay, I'm just going to add a text box here. Good. All right, so as your words come up, remember, try and make words with silent letters. Write them, type them up. So remember some of these letters, these words that we've done, and tell me some of the letters that you can make, the words that you can make. See if we can manage to find some. I'll go through very quickly. I'm going to go through some slides. I'm going to give you a hint of each slide, okay? Okay, let's see. I'm going to scroll down. Right. And I might just add in. So let's see. I'm going to check in a moment who's managed to make a word. Sorry. Here I'm trying to look for. I'm just going to add this to make it slightly easier. Okay. Let's see who's managed to make. Aha! Scene, science, abscess, bomb, ascension. I think I better actually write them down. Okay, good. There are more. Sorry, this is taking a while. The computer decides. Okay. That's not helpful. Let's make that into white and slightly bigger as well. At least 18. Okay, there we are. You can only use each letter once, by the way, just so that you know. Abscess, bomb. I don't think you can do that. I don't think bomb counts because there's not two B's. So abscess. Right, E. I'm going to give you a slight clue. All right. Let me make it bigger because it's not very big. I'm going to give you a slight clue. We'll play hangman, shall we? Something. There's some new comments, but I can't see them. Lamb, limb, avene. Okay. Yeah, avena. Okay. Lamb. There isn't such a word. L-I-M-B. Okay. Lamb, limb. Okay. All right. I'm giving you a clue. All right. Let's see some of the comments. Ha! There you go, Carol. Absolutely. Evanescence. And you got a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 letter word, which is fantastic. Okay. There are other words in there, but they don't have silent letters. Okay. So now let's go to the next one. I've put a different set of letters together. Come on. All right, so I've given you more options and I'll go through the slides again just to enable you to play the game again, okay? That's better. And I want that to be 18. 24, actually. All right, so I'll go through the slides very quickly again so that you can play the game. Be reminded of the letters, okay? I have thought of particular words. Good, there. And now I'm going to go to the other one. Okay, now I can look at your comments quickly. Comb is right. Handsome, well done. Angel, I'll have a look in a moment. All right, I haven't checked. All right, I will check. I hope that's actually white. All right. So what did you put down? Unfortunately I have to. I might be able to do this. Handsome. That's right. Okay. So this is. Yeah. Well done. Okay. Let's see what else. You did comb as well. I will go back to the other slide, double check to see if they're 4 E's or not. Seen, friend. Yes, Elisa, there are other words we can make. We can make quite a lot of words, which is fantastic. But we're looking for words that have a silent letter. Okay, let's do seen. And some of you are doing a good conundrum. You're using root words and then adding a bit to them, which is really good. That's one of the tips of doing a conundrum like this. Handkerchief. Let's have a look. Okay. Don't worry, Elisa. It's just it's not a problem. You probably weren't here during the instructions. It's not an issue. Okay, handkerchief. Any more from there? I'm trying to find them here. I'm just going to quickly go back to the last slide because I know there was something I wanted to add. I'll come back to this now. Comb, yes. Now let's see. 1, 2, 3. You're right. There aren't 4 E's. You're correct. Okay, so we couldn't make it. I think it was Robert. Was it Robert who told me about the? Yes, Angel. Actually, you told me that there weren't 4 E's, and you were right. Okay, so we can't make evanescence. So let's. But we can make evanescence. There we go. All right, so there you go. Well done, everybody, and well done for the good spot. Let's see. Let me have a look and see what else you've done. Handkerchief. Okay, no more words so far. I hope you're enjoying this. It's fantastic. You're doing absolutely excellently. I haven't written down all the words that you can make because I thought, well, let's just wait for you. What about? There are a few more words though. Okay, there are a few more words if you want to. Okay. No, that's as far as you can go. So that's fine. No problem. All right. Then the silent letter E. Now we know that the E at the end of any word is silent, okay? Just at the complete end. We know that that's silent. So we're not going to mention it too much because that's not important. What's important, I think it's a bit small now because we need to present again. Let me present. And then it'll be bigger. Nice, fantastic. Okay, I'll have a look, Carol. I'm not sure. Yeah, well, I'm glad you like it. And Alex, knife, fantastic. Okay, we haven't got onto the silent K's, but we will be doing them in a moment. So I hope you're really enjoying this game because I am. I'm enjoying seeing if you can come up with the words. Okay, so age, just repeat after me. Breathe, bridge, change, clothes, gene, hate. Okay, now there is one aspect I'd like to mention again. All right, when you have a word that has got an ed at the end, you never say the e except. Okay, so there is one case where you do say it. All right, so you'll say liked and loved. Can you hear there's no e there? Liked and loved. Okay, except the exception is when there's a DED or a TED, a tid or a did sound. So hated, because it's a TED. Never, ever, 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 ever say the E when there's an ED, except when there's a T or a D sound. All right. So that's very important because you do. Hi, Faizan. It's good to have you with us. Welcome. And we're playing the game Conundrum. So please remember these words, okay? Because you're going to use them soon in playing a game. All right. So, yeah, that's a very important concept to remember. Never, ever, 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 ever say the E with an ED unless there's a tid or a did sound. Okay. So we're going to carry on now because, so hated, for instance. Okay, loved, please, the E at the end, and vegetable. Okay, vegetable is a bit different because we don't say the second E. and that is not at the end of the word. So there are two E's that we don't say there. Vegetable. Vegetable. And you'll find often in a very convoluted, long, lengthy word, the E's in the middle are not said at all. Okay, so vegetable, and as we go through, as I go through pronunciation with people, you will find very often in the middle of a very convoluted word, no pronunciation of the E. Vegetable. Okay, so here we're going to go through the silent G. Fantastic. In Italian, it changes the sound of your pronunciation. So your GN is a different sound, but in English, just keep it silent, okay? So align. Remember these words, okay? Some of you are writing them down, I know. Don't cheat. Okay, assign. Benign. The tumor was benign. Campaign. The military campaign was a success. Champagne. It's a French word, so why should you say the G? Cologne. Consign. Design. Repeat after me. Remember, just repeat them, then hopefully you will actually remember. Feign. That's a very, she feigned ill. She wasn't really ill. She feigned illness. Feign. Feign. All right. Just repeat after me. Foreign. It's not foreign. It's foreign. And then a GN. So very many of them are GN before the, can you see most of these? I think actually are before an N. So here we are. You have your rule. GN, never say the G. Okay? GN, never say the G. Sometimes, excuse me, when it's part two, like two parts of a word that are joined together, you would say the G. Cognate. Okay, cognate. So your suffix is cog and nate is the root word. So you wouldn't actually do that. Or I can't remember if that's a, it would be cognate. Okay, so that is very important. So you would cognate because they're two different sections of a word, all right? But if they're just one part of the word, the GN rule stands. You don't say the G. All right, so gnarl, the tree is very gnarled or very gnarly. It's got lots of whorls on it. Gnome, a tiny creature in your garden, well, little statue. Rain, the queen's rain. Resign, sign. And then I've just put here laugh because all the GH is sometimes not pronounced at all. And sometimes it's pronounced as a f, okay? So laugh. So I put it in inverted commas just to remind you that the GH is very often not pronounced at all, though, or else it's a f sound. Laugh, cough, tough. Okay. Lovely English, so logical and so consistent. Not. Okay. Now we've got the silent letter H. Many of your, so sometimes the CH makes a ch sound. Yeah, makes a ch sound, and sometimes it just makes a k sound. So here I'm giving you some of the, I've made them quite small because I had to fit them all in, okay? So I'm going to go through other things now, rules, but sometimes the ch sound and sometimes the k sound without the h being part of the picture. So I'm going to just go through them. Yeah, Faizan, welcome, and it's really lovely to see you. Okay, so we have ache, anchor, archaeology, architect, Chaos, just repeat after me. Character. Charisma, I'm going through them fast because there are a lot of them, okay? Chemical. Chlorine. Choir. Let's go to the white side now, the far right. Chord. Choreograph. Chrome. Alex says, here's where the Americans would ask why schedule isn't on there, or schedules isn't on there. Okay. Remember that the SCH sound in British English makes a sh sound. So it's all included. All right. Chrome. Echo. Ghost. Then the GH sound here, you do say the G. Okay. So remember, I've just told you that often it's silent, especially at the end of words, or it's a fat sound. I could make up a lot of jokes about the English language and how, for example, the word fish could be spelt, but I'm not going to do that right now. Ghost, you do say the G, especially the fact that, I'm glad I like your sense of humor too. Ghost, honest, again, you don't say the H. There are a few words, not very many, where you don't say the H at the beginning of the word, unless you come from a particular part of England where you don't say the H at all, where your H is completely eliminated, okay? So they would say hospital, or something like that. Hello. So then honest, hour, mechanic, monarchy, orchestra, psychic. And here we get a different one, okay? RH. All of our RH words are silent H, rhythm, okay? There are quite a number of RH words, not many, but there are a number. Scheme, school, stomach. And here you have a CH at the end of a word where you don't say it. Tech. And then WH. Anything WH also, you don't say the H. What, when, where, whether, which, while, white, and why. Although they used to pronounce it as what, when, where, whether, which, while, white, why. Okay, they used to say wh. And if you try and do that, especially for Spanish and Italian people, if you try and pronounce it the old-fashioned way, wh, you'll get your W more close to what the English is like today. Okay, just put air into your pronunciation, into your consonants, and you'll get it right. Wh, wh, wh. Okay, Cockney accent. Okay, good. Yes, the Cockney accent. It could be others from the north of England as well, I think. Sometimes say that. Business and parliament. Okay, so your silent letter I, business and parliament. Yeah, business and parliament. And I know that foreigners are not going to be able to, people who are not British are not going to be able to distinguish northern accents from Cockney, from Western, from Eastern. So I'm just, my memory isn't that great, so I couldn't begin to tell you at this stage in time. I'd have to remind myself. Okay, so business and parliament, and then we get to the silent letter K. Okay, so KN, always silent. Oh, remember I said to you, GN is always silent. There's another word, GNU, which is a new. Okay, it's not a GNU. Or is it a GNU? But anyway, it's not another GNU, is part of a song. It's a very funny word. So it's an animal, a very odd looking animal. If you've never seen it, it's part of the wildebeest family. If you've never seen a GNU, you must go and have a look, all right? A GNU. Yeah, I think it's officially GNU, but I think lots of people actually say nu. All right. Now we're going to, before we do our next conundrum, we are going to just look at knack as a silent letter very quickly, because we've got a lot of them and they're all the same. Knack, need, knee, kneel, new, knickers, knife, night, knitting, knob, knock, not, no. Okay, all right. So most of the you can see most of the pronunciation is short and simple. Here we suddenly get no, a long O for no reason whatsoever. Okay, okay. It's not now, it's no. Then we have a fantastic change. Knowledge. Knowledge. The logic of that escapes me. Knuckle. Knuckle. I'm going to go on to the next thing. Silent letter L very quickly. I want to go to the conundrum. Almond. Balm. Calf. Calm. So a lot of the LM, LF, LK, LD, you'll see we don't actually say. Okay. All right. So almond, balm, calf, calm, chalk, could, folk, half, palm, salmon, should, talk, walk, would, yoke. Okay. And just take a careful pronunciation with yoke, O, folk and yoke, right? Similarly pronounced. Right, now let's get to the conundrum. I think it says it. Yeah, here we go. So the conundrum, I'm going to stop sharing for a second so that I can actually go back to no presentation so that I can write. Oh, it's gone funny now. Let me just do that. And hopefully, yes, it's allowing me to do that. So okay. All right, so I have that now, and I'm going to share again. There you go. So now you've got the opportunity to look back on all those letters and do a conundrum again. So try and create words with silent letters. You can create other words, yeah, sure. It's not a problem. Write them down. It's also part of the fun. But try and create words with silent letters. E, G, H, I, K, L. Yeah, I think that's where we got up to. All right. And I think you should be able to do that. I just want to, yeah. So I'm going to insert a little text box so I can start writing over here. And that's a nice size 24. Okay, so I'm going to start writing, and I hope, yes, that's black writing. Folk, 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 folk. That's how, Robert, that's how you pronounce folk, okay? Folk. Now what's happening? Sorry, you can't see it. There we go. Right, you should be able to see it at this stage. Let's see. Should be able to see it. Now I'm not sure why you can't see this. It's coming. There you go. Talk, 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 walk, chalk, talk, walk, chalk. Okay, all A-L-K, all sounds, all, chalk, walk, talk. All right. All right, now we're going to our game again, which is actually quite fun. If you can't find a word with a silent letter, just write any word, and we'll type it in anyway. But let's see if we can do some silent letters from that. And I'm going to make them slightly bigger because I think it might be easier to see them, okay, on a tiny screen. Good. So let me see your words that you're making. I'd love to see these words. It's quite fun. Let's try one. Sorry. Okay. Okay, you can do the rest. I'm going to start one for you. Okay, I think you put there GNARL. Well done. Excellent. Fantastic. Align. Good. Lucia. Good to see you playing along. Align. Resin. Okay, we're just going to add, I'm going to add it on the right-hand side because it's not part of the, oh, I know. Resin, but you can make a silent, use a silent letter. Just add one letter to make it into a silent letter word. Okay. Sign, rain, benign. Absolutely. Okay. There we go. Well done. You picked up on that. Sign. What else was there? Age, rain, chaos, toe. Age, rain. Okay, I'm going to put here. Chaos. Sometimes if you just make any old word, you'll find toe. Okay, does somebody want to take up the challenge of using resin to make a silent letter word? Just add one letter and you've got your silent letter word. Okay, lane, choir. Okay, you're coming up with so many so fast that I can hardly keep up with you. Okay, let's see. Echo, resign. There you go, Alex. RESIGN. And echo, ECHO. Any other words? Let's see. You're doing so well. Change. Okay, there is a silent letter there, so we're going to. Good. Let me see. I'm running out of space here. I'm going to have to. Let's delete that so that I can actually put other things in. Come on. There. There we go. All right. Let me go to this then. Sorry. And I'm going to do that. Move it over so that we can put some. Whoop, too much. All right. So we can put some more words in. Okay. So the middle, it's going to be a little bit chaotic. Okay. Let me see what else you've got. Gain. Good. Gain. I'm going to put that here because it's not a silent letter. Okay. All right. Okay. I'm going to do one that we haven't done. Okay. I'm going to ask you to see if you could start with a BR. Okay. Where it'll actually be two letters that are silent. Remember when we did the G, I was talking about that. So let's see, chaos. I think we've got that, have we? No, we haven't. Okay, yes, we have. There we go. Chaos is a silent letter. I don't know why it's there. Oops. Okay, let's remove that. I'm going to put it a third column, which is again silent letters. I haven't done this properly, have I? Good. Let's see. Who can take up the BR challenge? Let's see if you can find a silent letter word with that. Okay. I hope you're enjoying this because I'm finding it quite fun. It's very tempting to join in, so but I can't. That's cheating because I know the words. Bright, well done. Bright, Alex. IGHT. Good. Let's see. Lose is here. Come on. Okay. Oops. Okay, let's see any other ones. Breath. Breath. Good. Okay. Let's see if I can find some other. I'm going to add a letter so that we can bring in another, another aspect to this, because I just want to see if we can do that. All right. I actually didn't mention night. Good. Let's do that. Just going to write it under bright because it fits very nicely under bright. Good. Let's see what else. Now that I've added the M, you can actually do another silent letter. Word, quite a few other silent letter words. Let's see. Right, sight, might. Okay. I'm going to write it here. Remember, here. This is. Come on. Hello. That's better. Right. Okay. Come on. Okay, I am watching the time. So, ache, tomb, comb, excellent. Good. Okay. I want to do a silent letter L here. So let's see if you can manage a silent letter L. Gnome. Absolutely right. Okay, so now here. Come on. Gnome. Good. I'm going to put myself ready for something else. You're doing so well. I actually, I wonder. Okay, Chrome, fantastic. That wasn't even in the list, I don't think, but absolutely good. Okay, silent letter L. L. What is it a silent before very often? L, silent before a line, you've got that. Okay, but it's also silent before another letter. Let's see if you can manage to find these. Light, I think I didn't mention here. You've got the IGHT really going here. Silent L, what word can you make with silent L? Let's see. Right, can you really? You're right, you can, but it's a Christ is a name, so we don't use names in this game, but you can do it. I mean, that is right, and it would be Christian would probably yeah, Christian we can actually put, I think. No, we can't. They're not two eyes. Okay. All right. Good. Balm. Absolutely right, Carol. Balm. That's the word I was looking for. All right. Let's see. What else have we got here? Yes, it is one letter short of Christmas. Yeah. Calm. Absolutely right as well. Yeah. Unfortunately, I think this is where we're going to have to stop. Just a moment. But I have enjoyed this game. I'm going to obviously finish the silent letters, because there are a few more tomorrow. And again, we'll play conundrum. So bring your game hats tomorrow, and we'll finish it off tomorrow. And that's the end of the pronunciation course. It's been quite a long course, but it's been, there are a few more things to pronunciation, but not too many. So I hope that you are able to join in the fun tomorrow. And if you want to have a lesson with me, just go to italki.com, teacher, and then you go 5666908 and you book a lesson with me. I'd love to chat to you and see if we can have a lesson. Okay, take care then. Bye-bye. Let me just first stop this one, and then I'll stop this one. Okay, bye.
For we just only study for 1 month, but now he can speak very much Vietnamese. Later on, the student and the teacher can meet in a different country, and then the relationship become very good. We drink coffee together, and we go and I ride a motorbike, and I take them along somewhere beautiful together, and we talk together, and then they come back to their country, and we become teacher and student again. We study again. Yeah.
The number of refugees worldwide has reached historic levels as tens of millions of people seek asylum from conflicts in their home countries. Even for those able to reach countries willing to take them in, rebuilding their lives and careers in unfamiliar societies often proves challenging. For one, refugees living in Istanbul, teaching online Arabic lessons to students across the world has offered a way to overcome these obstacles and establish new hope. As well as earning income, they have been able to share their experiences with people from different cultures and backgrounds, cultivating meaningful relationships with students.
My name is Rahaf, and I'm from Latakia, Syria. Previously, I had a normal but busy life.
My name is Abdullah, and I'm a Syrian guy from Homs, the capital of funny jokes.
Hello, my name is Amr. I'm an Arabic teacher on italki. I'm from Egypt.
Hi, I'm Hussam. I'm from Syria, Al-Hasaka, and I'm a teacher on italki now.
3 years ago, I came to Turkey, to Istanbul. Many challenges came in one time. Leaving a country is not, or leaving your home. This is one, it's like fish out of the group.
I mean, the challenge that my career is almost dead. This is the only challenge now. Online, it solves this problem, of course, because you can just be wherever and get online and start your class.
What italki offered me is like new students I have never met from another continent, way far from me. Once they want to like learn my language, I feel like this is like, I feel sometimes emotional.
italki, Besta College, and NGO Small Projects Istanbul are working together on this project.
You know, it's important for people to kind of see and get to know someone who's experiencing a difficult time or who has had a difficult past, and to just remember people are people are people. We need to remember that, you know, we have a shared humanity, and I think that gets lost a lot in the media or in the news.
I'm teaching Arabic for first-year students of Arabic in America. We both enjoy teaching and learning online. It's an amazing experience feature. I find it so helpful for me, also for the students.
Going into it, people might like have these assumptions that you're supposed to like learn something about refugees or like understand something new, but I think it's like most valuable to realize that like you're not really learning anything other than that like this is like just another person just like you.
My tutor Mohammed was like so nice and so willing to work with my level of speaking and comprehension.
At the beginning, teaching online was a new experience for me, and it had a lot of challenges, but now I'm used to it. And honestly, I am enjoying teaching Arabic on italki.
I care now. I care more. I care more about the language. I care more about my students. Teaching Arabic is something valuable for me. Maybe give me hope, or I feel gain hope. It's reward for me.
Hi, I'm a language learning app.
Can we move on?
This is a dog.
I don't have a dog.
Repeat after me. This person eats bread.
I want to practice English for my job interview.
Incorrect. You haven't reached this lesson yet. Now repeat after me. This person eats bread.
Fine. This person eats bread.
That's better. Moving on.
¿Cansado de aplicaciones de idiomas inflexibles? Usa italki para aprender como tú quieras aprender y estudiar cualquier idioma con nativos.
Meet Peter. He is learning Chinese. He was studying on his own with textbooks, flashcards, and apps, but is still having problems with basic conversation. This is Maria. She loves learning English, but she doesn't have many opportunities to use it. With italki, Peter and Maria are able to get personal online lessons to help them become fluent in a foreign language. You can start learning a language on italki today. Just follow these 3 simple steps. 1. Select the language. English, Spanish, Chinese, French, Japanese. italki has teachers for every language. 2. Select the teacher. With italki, you can choose from thousands of experienced teachers from all over the world. And 3. Schedule a lesson. Online language lessons are the next best thing to living in a foreign country. With italki, you'll have a personal language teacher and real conversations with native speakers. Every day, thousands of people are connecting to international teachers through italki. Find a teacher today and become fluent in a foreign language.
Hi, my name's Tom. I'm from the US, I'm a chemical engineer, and I'm passionate about language learning. I've used italki to learn 8 languages to conversational level. I grew up in Colorado, where I was exposed to many different cultures, which cultivated my interest in languages. One of the first languages I became conversational in was Norwegian. I decided to book a trip to Norway. To prepare, I found a group class with around 7 people. Not only were they extremely expensive, it was around $40 to $50 per lesson, but progress was also frustratingly slow due to the size of the class. I heard about italki from a positive review from a famous polyglot. I was amazed to discover that I could learn any language I want, one-on-one, and for the fraction of the price of offline classes. I thought, how is this even possible? I immediately signed up with 2 teachers in Norwegian. One teacher, we would have conversation lessons and go through a textbook, and with the other teacher, we would go through worksheets and chat about random things. So essentially, I structured this in a way that would suit my own learning style, which never would have happened without italki. Within a year, I was relatively fluent in Norwegian. I was so happy that I could actually go to the country and use the practical setting. And the best part is that I really enjoyed the learning process. I thought, why stop there? I picked up Italian and mixed my interest in Italian cooking with lessons on italki. After learning Italian for a year and going to northern Italy, I was able to easily get around and communicate with people. I then decided to set myself a personal goal of passing an advanced Italian exam, and my teacher on italki helped me to achieve this. I was hooked. I'd found the ultimate formula for learning a language from scratch and staying motivated. I would book a holiday in a new country in 1 year's time so that I could put the language into practice. I did the same with Japanese, French, German, Russian, Czech, and Hungarian, and even explored Chinese, Thai, Serbian, Farsi, and Sicilian. From this process, I made so many valuable friendships and connections that has improved not only my communication, but also my confidence. Whether I'm watching the news in German, reading about Italian politics, speaking to my cats in Norwegian, on the phone to my friends in Bergen, or watching fitness and nutrition videos in Czech, I find a way to get at least some practice of one of the languages every day. I found the best way to stay motivated is to align my interests with my language learning, and in that way it doesn't take over my whole life, which people often believe. I find this way of learning on italki so much fun.
Lingvi es una aplicación móvil que ayuda a practicar idiomas de manera instantánea conectando a usuarios disponibles en todo el mundo. Con Lingvi encontrarás personas nativas dispuestas a ayudarte a practicar el idioma que desees aprender. Los usuarios con tiempo libre se mostrarán disponibles para recibir llamadas y de esta forma ganarán recompensas ayudando a otros usuarios. Así es como conectamos personas de... Únete a nuestra comunidad, haz nuevos amigos y mejora en todos los idiomas que quieras. Descarga Lingvi y practiquemos juntos.
Este es Peter. Está aprendiendo chino. Ha intentado estudiar por su cuenta con libros, tarjetas de vocabulario y aplicaciones móviles, pero sigue teniendo problemas para hablar. Esta es María. Le encanta aprender inglés, pero no tiene oportunidades para ponerlo en práctica. Con italki, Peter y María pueden recibir clases personales online para hablar con fluidez en otro idioma. Tú también puedes aprender un idioma en italki. Empieza hoy en 3 simples pasos. Primero, elige un idioma. Inglés, alemán, chino, francés, japonés. Italki tiene profesores para cualquier idioma. Segundo, escoge un profesor. Con italki puedes escoger entre miles de profesores con experiencia de todo el mundo. Tercero, elige el horario de tu lección. Las clases de idiomas online son el mejor método para aprender con profesores nativos. Con italki tendrás un profesor de idiomas personal y conversaciones reales con hablantes nativos. Cada día miles de personas aprenden con profesores internacionales a través de italki. Encuentra un profesor hoy y domina el idioma de tu lección.
Hi everyone, it's Desde, and I teach Spanish on italki.com. And today we will be talking about 3 grammar rules to follow when you start learning Spanish. The first one is that, as you have already heard, Spanish verbs are always conjugated. That means that they have to match with the subject of the sentence. For example, there are different pronouns in Spanish. Yo, tú, él, ella, usted, nosotros, nosotras, vosotros, vosotras, and ellos, ellas, usted. All these pronouns have conjugations, and it's very common for beginners to mix them up. So remember this. When you start to conjugate the verbs, they have to match. The second rule is very important as well. The Spanish nouns and adjectives has to be in the same level. Let me explain you this. If you have a noun that is feminine and plural, for example, las mujeres, the adjective that you have to use right after the noun has to be feminine and plural as well. For example, las mujeres españolas. It is the same with the articles las, female and plural. We use this article because, as I say, it's female and plural. The third rule I already mentioned before, and be careful, English speakers, because the adjectives in Spanish go after the noun, not before like in English. This is very common for students that learn Spanish and already speak or know English. When I say it, las mujeres españolas, españolas is the adjective, and I put it after las mujeres. In English, it would be Spanish woman, but not in Spanish. Okay, there are some occasions where the adjectives go before the nouns. That is true, but normally this use comes out at intermediate level or advanced level, so do not worry when you are a beginner. Thanks for watching this video, and don't forget to subscribe to the italki YouTube channel over here. Take a lesson with me on italki.com by clicking on my teacher profile link in the description. Hasta luego! Hi everyone, it's Vicente and I teach Spanish on italki.com. And today I will be talking about 7 Spanish words that are similar to their English counterpart. These words are also known as cognates. What a cognate is? A cognate is a word that has the same linguistic derivation that another word, and it looks similar, and when you pronounce it, it's almost the same. And here I will give you 7 cognates so you can use them in Spanish as well. The first one is alcohol in Spanish. Guess you know what it means because it sounds pretty similar than in English, doesn't it? Number 2 is conclusión. This one has a different pronunciation in Spanish, but definitely when you start learning Spanish. Number 3, hobby. This one is completely similar. We basically took this word from English. Number 4, individual. Of course, it's the same word, just different pronunciation. The next one, number 5, is piercing. Yes, we use this word with the same pronunciation and meaning. Next one, number 6, is informal. I like to use this one in my lessons to explain ways to greet and say goodbye because it's similar.
Konnichiwa, minasan. Hi, everybody. It's Yemi again. Today we are doing Japanese. I actually have 2 classes today, back to back. So for this hour, we will be doing Japanese. 今からの1時間は日本語です。And in the next hour, we will be doing social issues in English. Okay, so right now, Japanese class. All right, so like I said, I am Yemi. I am originally from Barbados, okay? And I live in Japan now, where I have lived for the past 11 years, okay? Please write in the chat, write your name and your country. Also, if you weren't here for Japanese before, please let me know so I know what to go over, okay? So let me know in the chat. What is your name? What is your name? And what is your country? Okay, and if you were here before, if you speak Japanese, also let me know. Okay, so welcome to italki's free en directo live classes. We were supposed to be finishing tomorrow, but good news, we are extending until next week. So hopefully I will see you guys next week as well. Okay. All right. So let's get started with our Japanese. Okay. So please remember to drop a line in the comment. Okay. In the chat, please let me know if you've been here before, if you've been in the Japanese class before, if you speak Japanese, let me know your name and your country. Okay, hi, Dana from Bogdana in Ukraine. I don't know Ukraine. Privyet. And hi, Danka from Slovakia. Okay, nice to meet you guys. Okay, I'm just going to share a screen and let's start with our Japanese, okay? So this is a Japanese introduction. If you were here on Monday, maybe, I forget, Monday or Tuesday, Tuesday maybe, then we went over this introduction on Tuesday as well, okay? So this is just the introduction you would make if you had to make an introduction speech in front of people. This is the introduction you would make. The word hajimemashite comes at the beginning of your introduction. It means you only use this when you first meet someone. So it's similar to nice to meet you. Hi, Luca from Italy. Ciao, how are you? Okay. And then the simplest way to say I am anything, okay, is just whatever the noun is and des. or whatever the adjective is, and des. I am from karakimashita, Barbados karakimashita. And where I live now, my job. And this is a type of Japanese greeting that doesn't exist in Spanish or Italian or Ukrainian, probably Slovakian, I don't know. It means, I beg you to be nice to me. I beg you to do this for me, kind of thing. Okay, so we say this a lot. Okay, anytime you ask someone to do anything, you say this. Okay, so please listen to my introduction. Hi, Alex. Hajimemashite. Hi, Alex. If you've been here before, let me know if you're new. Let me know if you're new, and we will go over this so you can make your own introduction. If no one is new, we will just go right along. Okay, so let me know if you are new to Japanese. Are you new? Have you done this before? If you haven't done it before, we'll go over it once more. If not, we will keep going. Okay, so here's my introduction. Hajimemashite, Yemi desu. Barbados kara kimashita. Ima, Fukushima ni sunde Kyoshi desu. Yoroshiku onegai shimasu. Okay, so this is the introduction. Dana says, I learned Japanese for some time and know these expressions. Okay. Gyorgyodor says, you can read some hiragana. Okay, so maybe this is okay for everyone. Yoroshiku onegai shimasu, Alex. Yes, I think you guys are good. Okay. Okay, so try writing your own introduction, okay? Ask me if you need to know the word for your country, okay? Or the word for your job, okay? But I think you guys might be okay. So hajimemashite, your name, this, wherever you come from. Where do you live? You can put your city here, or if you live in another country, you can put it, and your job. I have no idea why this is underlined. This doesn't need to be underlined. Yoroshiku onegai shimasu. Okay, so let me add some Ukraina. Ukraina is Ukraine. Okay, Ukraina. We had Italy, Italia. Italia is Italy. We had Slovakia. I am not sure. I think it might just be the same, but let me check on Slovakia. Okay, let me check on Slovakia. I think it's just the same. Surobakia. Surobakia. Okay, so let me write that down for you. Surobakia. Surobakia. It's Slovakia. Okay. Anyone need their job, or are you guys okay? Maybe you can write your introduction. Hajimemashite. Oh, Alex, you're from China. Nice to see you. Ni hao. Ni hao. I am so bad at Chinese. I'm sorry. Wow, Chugokujin ne. Please write your introduction. Hajimemashite. Hajimemashite. Dare dare desu. Doko doko kara kimashita. Ima, doko ni sundemasu ka? What is your job? Kyoshi desu. Kyoshi is a teacher. Okay, it's the humble word for teacher. So you use it for yourself. Yoroshiku onegai shimasu. Okay. Hungary. 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 Okay, Hungary has a long sound at the end. So that dash is to elongate the I sound. Hungary. Okay. Okay, so please try writing these introductions. Okay, let's try. Hajimemashite, dare dare desu. Doko doko kara kimashita. Ima, now. Doko doko ni sundeimasu. Job, kyoshi desu. Okay, if you're a policeman, keisatsukan desu. If you are a doctor, isha desu. If you are what is there? Singer, kashu desu. Oh, you're welcome. Gorgyodor. Okay. Let's see. Okay, let's move on. All right. So today we're going to work on question words. All right. Dare, doko, nani, and ikura. Okay, there are more question words, but these are the ones we're going to start with today. So dare is who. Okay, dare desu ka? Ano hito wa dare desu ka? That person over there, who is that? Dare desu ka? Remember, we use the des. Okay, kind of like the be verb in English, but its use is more a lot wider than the be verb in English, but we can often translate as the be verb. So dare desu ka? Dare desu ka is who is it? Okay, ka is a question particle. Okay, so it just means this is a question. It's like a question mark. Think of it as a question mark. Doko, doko. Where? Doko is where. Okay, so in the same vein, we can say doko desu ka? Where is it? Where is it? Doko desu ka? Nani. Nani is what? Nani is what? Okay. Sometimes nani is shortened to nan. So we get nan desu ka? Okay. So maybe now some people are in quarantine at home with their kids, and the kids are like, mommy, 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 mommy. You could say, nan desu ka? What? What do you want? Okay. Nan desu ka? Okay. And ikura means how much. Okay. How much? So, ikura desu ka? We could use this for a price. How much is it? Ikura desu ka? Okay. Ikura desu ka? Nan desu ka? Yes, Alex. Nan desu ka? Okay, so we can use this to ask any question. Kore wa nan desu ka? Okay. Pen desu. If you want to find out what something is, you might use it, for example, in a Japanese restaurant. If Japanese restaurants, there's a type of restaurant called izakaya, and some set foods come out. So you may not order specific food. Sometimes you do, but sometimes food just comes to the table. You pay money and food comes. And you don't know what the food is. So you go, Kore wa nan desu ka? What is this? Nan desu ka? Okay, very useful phrase. Okay, so let's practice with members of the family. Okay, so we have a little chart of our family here, starting from this person in the blue circle. Okay, so the Japanese family is a bit complicated in that, for example, sister and brother are divided into if they're older or younger than you. So we're not going to do all the words today. We're going to do older sister and younger brother. So we're not going to do older brother and younger sister, okay? Just older sister and younger brother. So older sister is Onei-san. Okay, put you back in the circle there. Onei-san. Younger brother is Ototo. Okay. Father is Oto-san. Okay, and when you see this OU, this counts as a double O. It means the O sound is elongated. Okay, so it's not Oto-san, it's Oto-san. Oto-san. Twice the length of a regular O. Okay, and this person is Oka-san. Okay, again with the double vowel. So we see a lot of double vowels here. All of these family members have a double vowel in them. Oto-san, Oka-san, One-san, Ototo. All double vowels, okay? And then one layer up, we have the grandparents, okay? And they are oji-san. Again, a double vowel. Okay, let's bring him back over here. Oji-san. And with another double vowel, we have oba-san. Okay, so let's practice just these few members of the family. Okay, listen and repeat. One-san. One-san. Okay, that's older sister. Okay. Ototo. Ototo, which is younger brother. Okay. Oto-san. Oto-san. Father. And let's go to mother. Oka-san. Oka-san. Okay. And let's go to grandfather. Oji-san. Oji-san. And grandmother. Oba-san. Oba-san. Okay, so let's practice our question words here. Okay, I'm going to give you a little quiz. Try to answer out loud. Okay, so just answer out loud. I will say, "Dare desu ka?" And you can simply say, use this structure, "Oji-san desu." Oba-san desu. Okay, use the structure of just whatever the noun and desu. Okay, so say it out loud. All right, so let's see. Dare desu ka? Kono hito dare desu ka? そうですね。お父さんです。お父さんです。この人は誰ですか？おばあさんです。おばあさんです。この人は誰ですか？お姉さんです。はい、お姉さんです。Okay. この、sorry. この人は誰ですか？はい、そうですね。弟です。弟です。そして、この人は誰ですか？おじいさんです。おじいさんです。そして、この人、誰ですか？お母さんです。お母さんです。Hi, okay? So be very careful with these long vowels. Sometimes leaving off a long vowel can change the meaning of a word, okay? In particular, in these words, oji-san and oba-san, without the long vowel, they become not grandfather and grandmother, they become aunt and uncle. So you have to be careful to pronounce the long vowel as 2 times the length of the regular vowel, okay? Oji-san, oba-san, oto-san, oka-san, one-san, ototo, okay? So now please try to tell me about your family. Watashi no kazoku wa, okay, so watashi is I. No is like an apostrophe in English. So watashi no together means my. Kazoku is family. The wa is a particle that identifies this as the topic of the sentence. Okay, so watashi no kazoku wa otou-san, to, this is and for listing nouns, oka-san, oka-san, to, one-san, to, ototo, to, watashi desu. Okay, so I'm going to give you, Let me give you the words for little sister and big brother because you may need them. All right, so let me put the word for little sister. Okay, the word for little sister is imoto. Okay, that's little sister. And the word for big brother is oni-san. Okay, in case you need these words. Okay, so let's try. Watashi no kazoku wa who? Dare desu ka? Anata no kazoku wa dare desu ka? Please tell me. Watashi no kazoku wa oji-san to oba-san to otou-san to one-san. Okay, let's try. Who is in your family? Okay, so let's check some comments. Dana says, it took him some time, or her, I'm sorry. I don't know if Dana is a boy's name or a girl's name in Ukraine. I do not know. Sorry. Hajimemashite. Boku Dana to omoshimasu. Boku Dana is your name. Okay, Boku Dana. Ukraina. Ukraina de sundemasu. Ukraina ni sundemasu. Okay, yoroshiku onegaishimasu. So Dana is from Ukraine. Good. Bogdana is from Ukraine. Okay. Nice to meet you. Ewelina asks, Yemi, when do we use kore wa nan desu ka? And when do we use nan desu ka? Oh, they're both okay because in Japanese, it's quite often we leave out the subjects. Okay, so for example, in this sentence, watashi no kazoku wa. Okay, we could leave that out. Okay, kazoku wa otou-san to oka-san to. Okay, or we could leave out all of it. Okay, if someone asks you a question, you could just list them. We often leave out watashi. Okay, we often leave out things like kore wa. Okay, so it's quite fine to just omit subjects in Japanese when the context is known. So if I say nan desu ka for this, okay, I could say kore wa nan desu ka. What is this? But it is obvious because I'm holding the pen. When I say nan desu ka, I mean the pen. I don't mean this paper. It would be strange for me to mean this paper. Okay, so it's possible if the context is understood, if both people understand, it's possible to leave out the context. Okay, like watashi in English, we say I a lot, but Japanese thinking is that the default is to be talking about yourself. Okay, so you don't need I. Everyone already knows you mean I. Okay, so we leave out watashi a lot. We rarely say watashi here. Okay. Okay. So, Ewelina, why do we add watashi in the end of the sentence about our family? Also, you can have it or you can't. This is completely you can take that off if you want to. Okay, otou-san to oka-san to one-san to ototo. Dake de daijoubu. Okay, you can have it or not have it. Alex, is san present with a slight nasal? Okay, so Alex asks if san is pronounced with a slight nasal G ending. Not really. So I know in Korean, maybe in Chinese, I don't remember, there's sometimes a G at the end, but Japanese, the only ending sound is the N, and it's a clean N. Okay, so ode-san, not one-san. Okay, just clean N, very clean N. It's the only ending sound that is a consonant. So every other word that doesn't end with N ends with a vowel. Okay, all right, so let's see. So now we're going to learn some colors and then we'll come back to the family. Okay. Okay, so let's learn our colors. Listen and repeat. Aka. Aka. Kiro. Kiro. Okay, notice the long I. Pink. Pink. midori, midori, orange, orange, murasaki, murasaki. Okay, so let's run through these again so you can get them into your mind, okay? Aka, kiro, pink, midori, orange, murasaki. Okay, and let's get some more colors. Ao, ao, mizuiro, mizuiro, kuro, kuro, shiro, shiro, hairo, hairo, chairo, chairo. Okay, so let's go over the ones at the bottom, right through. Ao, mizuiro, kuro, shiro, hairo, chairo. Okay, and now we're going to run through all of them once, and then we'll move back to our family and try talking about them with dare desu ka and the colors, okay? Aka, kiro, pink, midori, orange, murasaki, ao, mizuiro, kuro, shiro, hairo, chairo. Okay, so I hope you've got them in your brain a little bit. So now I'm going to ask you about who is wearing what. Okay, so I'm going to say the colors, okay, and dare desu ka, okay, and you will think of the person, okay. I will say the colors, dare ga, color wearing, okay. So let's try. Dare ga mizuiro to orange o kitemasu. Mizuiro to orange o kitemasu. Dare desu ka? Mizuiro to orange o kitemasu. Dare. So just say out loud. You don't have to write, okay? Okay. So, dare desu ka? Mizuiro to orange o kitemasu. それはお姉さんですね。お姉さん。水色とオレンジを着てます。ですね。Okay. Let's see if I can get this a little smaller so that we can see everybody at the same time. Yes, okay. Let's see. 紫を着てます。紫を着てます。紫ってなんだ？紫ね。紫を着てます。誰ですか？紫を着てます。そうですね。おばあさんが、おばあさんです。おばあさんです。Let's see. 赤を着てます。赤を着てます。誰ですか？赤を着てます。赤い服、赤を着てます。誰ですか？そうですね。お母さんですね。お母さんが赤を着てます。緑と水色を着てます。緑と水色を着てます。誰ですか？緑と水色を着てます。誰ですか？ そうですね。おじいさんです。おじいさんです。OK。じゃあ、白と青を着てます。白と青を着てます。誰ですか？誰ですか？白と赤、白と青着てます。白と青。そうですね。弟です。弟が白と青を着てます。白と黒を着てます。白と黒。白と黒を着てます。Let's go back to these so you remember. 白と黒を着てます。Okay. どっちでしょう？誰ですか？白と黒を着てます。そうですね。お父さんです。お父さんです。Okay, so that was practicing the word 誰。誰ですか？ Okay. Who. So let's move on and try practicing our next word, which is doko. Doko. Okay. So last time we also looked at these words. Let's practice them again to remember. Okay. So the first one is a police box. Okay, police box is like a tiny police station to report small emergencies. Okay, so you lost your bag, your bicycle was stolen, someone has fallen nearby, something like that, you would report at the koban. Okay, and this place is usually in the middle of a city, near a train station, those sort of places. Okay, there are also big police stations where you go to register something or to change your address or something like that. But for small emergent situations, you usually go to this one. Okay, listen and repeat. Koban. Koban. Next one is department store. Departo. Departo. Okay, this is bookstore. Honyasan. Honyasan. Okay, the word Honya-san, we've seen this san before many times with people. So the Honya-san is really the bookseller, but often people use it with the store as well. Okay, so just Honya is okay for a bookstore, but I think most people say Honya-san. Okay. Ginko. Ginko. This is the bank. The post office. Yubin-kyoku. Yubin-kyoku. Okay, again with the long yubin-kyoku, not yubin-kyoku. Okay. Also, this is a little difficult often for foreign people. The Y after a consonant, after like K, R, N, okay, this is one syllable. One sound. So it's not kyo, it's not kayo, it's kyo. One sound, kyo. Okay. The K is not so bad, but people have a lot of trouble with the R, Y-O, R-Y-A, R-Y-U words. Okay. Like du. Okay. People like to say du, ryu, du. Okay. So be careful when you see that ya, you, yo after a consonant. It's one sound. And this is a train station. Eki. Eki. And of course, this one comes straight out of English, so it's easy. Restaurant. Restaurant. Okay. As you can see, remember I told you there's no ending consonants, only n. So when we have two consonants together in English or French or Spanish, and then we translate it into Japanese, we often put a U in between, okay? Because we can't get two consonants together in Japanese. And so they just put that U there because the U tends to disappear. So it's not restaurant, restaurant. It disappears. It's very short. Restaurant. And here for this, okay, this pronunciation. So I just said we can't get two consonants together. Why is this happening? Okay. Let me show you what actually happened. So it was originally this and this, but that is hard to say, gakuko. Okay. So they shortened it, and now we pause in between the two. So before you say the K, you pause. Gakko. Like that. Okay. So it's like you get halfway through the K and you stop. Gakko. Gakko. Okay. So you feel it in your throat. When it comes out, stop. Gakko. Okay. All right. One more time. Let's run through all of them. Let's run through all of them. Koban. Depato. Honyasan. Ginko. Yubin-kyoku. Eki. Restaurant. Gakko. Okay. All right. So last time we practiced this structure. Let's go through this structure again. So this structure says, is there something nearby? Okay. Arimas is like the verb exist. Okay. So depending on the case, it can be translated as is. It can be translated as has. Okay. Kono hen ni, kono hen, in this area. Kono hen ni, something, ga arimasu ka? So is there something in this area? Okay. For example, kono hen ni eki ga arimasu ka? Kono hen ni eki ga arimasu ka? Okay. Is there a station, a train station nearby? Hai. Hai is yes. Arimasu. Okay, so I told Ewelina earlier, we don't use the subject a lot in Japanese. This would be strange in English, or even in Spanish, or, you know, we wouldn't just say is. Okay, this is just the verb. Okay. Hai, arimasu. And this one, okay, something no tonari means next to. Okay, so for the eki, it's next to the either the yubin-kyoku or the restaurant. Either one will work. Okay. Hai, arimasu. Yubin-kyoku no tonari ni arimasu. Yubin-kyoku no tonari ni arimasu. Okay. All right. So let's try practicing this structure before we get into doko. Let's start with the. Okay, I will ask you about the gakko. Okay. So listen and repeat. This first one, just listen and repeat. この辺に学校がありますか? Hai. あります。レストランの隣にあります。Okay, so yes, there's a school. It's next to the restaurant. Okay, restaurant no tonari ni arimasu. Okay. Let's look at the koban. Okay, so the koban would be next to the department store. Okay, let's try that. Koban and departo. Listen and repeat. この辺に交番がありますか? Okay, remember it's next to the departo. Okay. はい。あります。デパートの隣にあります。Okay. So now we did this already. So now let's try adding two more words. Mae. Mae. Okay, so mae, in front of. Okay, mae is in front of. So we can just put the mae in where we had the tonari. Okay, we can just switch those two out. Ushiro is the opposite. Ushiro, okay? Behind something. Okay, so we will think of this row as the front. Let me put a little F here so we remember that. And this row as the back. Okay, no space for a B, I don't know. So this is the front, that's the back. Okay, let's try this again. So let's try with the restaurant. Okay, so the restaurant's in the front. So we would say the restaurant is in front of the bookstore, hon yasan. Okay, be careful with this little apostrophe here. Why is that there? I remember I told you we can get n at the end of words, but we can also get n at the beginning of words. So if we don't have this, it might be hon yasan, or it might be ho nyasan. Okay, so we put this here to avoid confusion when we write in English. It doesn't exist in Japanese because the written letter is different. It would never be a problem if I wrote it in Japanese. Okay. All right, so let's try with restaurant. Okay, and we have to change it to in front of. In front of is mae, so we would put mae where we had tonari. Okay, let's try. All right. Listen and repeat. この辺にレストランがありますか? はい、あります。本屋さんの前にあります。Okay, so let's try with the bank. Okay, where is the bank? The bank is behind the school. Okay, the bank is behind the school. So this time we would have to sub in ushiro in the space where we see tonari. Okay, so listen and repeat. この辺に銀行がありますか? はい、あります。学校の後ろにあります。Okay. All right. So this time I'm going to ask the question. You can answer the question. Okay. You have three choices. For example, if I ask you, where is the station? You could say of the department store. Okay. Similarly, if I asked you about the department store, you could say it's next to the police box, it's next to the bookstore, or it's behind the station. Okay, so we have three choices. No tonari, next to, no mae, in front of, and no ushiro, behind. Okay, so you can choose. Feel free to choose any of these and say the answer out loud. Okay, all right, let's try. Let me see. Let's go for this. この辺に本屋さんがありますか? この辺に本屋さんがありますか? Okay, so possibilities. はい、あります。デパートの隣です。隣にあります。はい、あります。銀行の隣にあります。はい、あります。レストランの後ろにあります。Okay, three possibilities. Let's see. Let's go for the post office. Okay. So we have the koban behind, the eki next door. There's nothing on the other side. Let's try. And we have tonari or mae or ushiro. Okay, so please try one of these. この辺に郵便局がありますか? Okay, so you could have said, はい、あります。駅の隣にあります。Or, はい、あります。駅の前にあります。Okay, so let's try now that we've done this conversation, let's try same idea, just using the question word, okay, for where. So, something wa doko ni arimasu ka? Okay, so this is where is it? Okay, the last question was, is there one in this area? Where is it? And we, same answer. Okay. No, tonari, mae, ushiro ni arimasu. Okay, so let's practice one time, listen and repeat. 郵便局はどこにありますか? 駅の隣にあります。Okay, so let's try. Let's go with the department store. Okay, so we have three options again. Koban, honyasan, eki. Tell the relationship to any one of these things. Let's try. デパートはどこにありますか? Okay, so you could have said, 交番の隣にあります。本屋さんの隣にあります。駅の後ろにあります。All of these work. Let's try just one more before we move on to the next thing. Let's try the bank. Okay, so the bank again is next to the bookstore or behind the let's not do the bank. We just did behind. So let's do something in the front row. Let's go for the school. So the school is next to the restaurant or in front of the bank. Okay. 学校はどこにありますか? Okay, so we could say 銀行の前にあります or レストランの隣にあります. Okay, let me pause here for some questions. If we want to make a question using doko. Okay, so yes, I think I've just covered this. Okay. Doko ni eki ga arimasu ka? Just switch. Eki wa doko ni arimasu ka? Or eki wa doko desu ka? Okay. So a little different nuance, but they come out the same. Okay. So if you ask doko desu ka, doko ni arimasu ka? Both okay. Okay. And Dana says, epato wa doko ni arimasu ka? Epato. Depato maybe. The D disappeared. Eki no ushiro ni arimasu. Eki no ushiro. Okay, so the no is a possessive particle. Okay, like English apostrophe or of. Okay, so next of the restaurant or in front of. In this case, in English, we also have of. Behind of. Think of it as of. Okay, so it's no. No, this particle means of. A ni just says location. So don't mix the two up. Okay, it's in this place is ni. Okay. All right. Let's move on. We're going to look at fruits and vegetables. Okay, so we did these last time. We're just going to run through these. and then practice with nani. Okay, practice a bit of the nani. Okay, so listen and repeat. Ninjin, ninjin. Tamanegi, tamanegi. Tomato, tomato. Kabocha, kabocha. Ringo, ringo. Orange, orange. Nashi, nashi. Kyabetsu, kyabetsu. Kyuri, kyuri. Jagaimo, jagaimo. So we're going to practice first just asking, do you like something? Okay. For example, ninjin ga suki desu ka? Ninjin ga suki desu ka? This ki means to like. Okay. It's a little different because in Japanese, suki is actually an adjective, not a verb. Okay. So it gets a little complicated, but no need to worry. Just use this structure. Something ga suki desu. Something ga suki desu ka? Okay. The ka, just changing it from a statement to a question. Okay. Ninjin ga suki desu. I like carrots. Ninjin ga suki desu ka? Do you like carrots? Again, because we have dropped the topic of the sentence. Okay. The watashi wa or anata ga, anata wa. Okay. We don't have to change anything else. So the you and the I, we don't need them. And it makes it really easy. Okay. We just need to add the ka and it changes it from a statement to a question. So let's practice and you can respond with do ga suki desu. Okay. Or let me put the negative in case you don't like it. Okay. There are several ways to go for negative, but we're going to say ga suki janai. Okay. The easiest one. Suki janai. Okay. So let's start with onions. Tamanegi ga suki desu ka? So you can go tamanegi ga suki desu or tamanegi ga suki janai. Okay. Let's add yes and no. Remember, yes, hi. I don't think we have done no. So no is iie. Two I's, long I, iie. Without a long I, it's house. Ie is house. Ie is no. Okay. So be careful with the long letters again. Let's try with tomatoes. Do you like tomatoes? Tomato ga suki desu ka? Tomato ga suki desu ka? Kabocha ga suki desu ka? Kabocha ga suki desu ka? Ringo ga suki desu ka? Ringo ga suki desu ka? Orange ga suki desu ka? Nashi ga suki desu ka? Kyabetsu ga suki desu ka? Kyuri ga suki desu ka? Jagaimo ga suki desu ka? Okay. Yeah, let's try with nan. Nani, okay? Ja, let's say of these things, kono naka. Kono naka. Nani ga. Let's go for the most. So ichiban. Ichi is one. So ichiban is most. Top. Okay, what do you like the most? So please write in the comments. Ga ichiban suki desu. Remember, all we need to do to change it back to a statement, take off the ka. So we don't need this. For example, キャベツが一番好きです。Which one do you like the most? この中、何が一番好きですか？この中、何が一番好きですか？私はきゅうりかな。きゅうりが一番好きです、私。何が一番好きですか？私はきゅうりが好きです。Okay. Okay, yes, Dana, you're welcome. 梨が好きですか？梨が好きです。玉ねぎが好きですか？玉ねぎが好きじゃない。玉ねぎが好きじゃない。私も昔好きじゃなかった。I didn't like onions, but now I'm okay. 今は大丈夫。昔好きじゃなかった。Okay, I didn't like. 今大丈夫。Okay, so which one do you like the most? この中、何が一番好きですか？何が一番好きですか？ Which one do you like the most? Okay? Anyone? Dana says, 梨が一番好きです。梨おいしいね。おいしい。おいしい is delicious, okay? So if you watch cooking programs in Japanese doesn't have a lot of word variety. So all cooking programs, everyone is just screaming delicious the whole time. It's like you eat something, oishii, oishii desu. So it's a good word to know. Oishii, okay? Oishii. Okay. All right. Yes. Dana says hi. Oishii. Yes. Nashi ga oishii desu ne. Okay. Let's see. We have 5 minutes. Can we make it through this? Okay. So let's try this menu. Okay. So we have to remember our numbers. Okay. Let's try remembering our numbers. Maybe we won't make it all the way through, but let's just remember numbers. And then if there is a next Japanese class, I'm not sure. Right now, this is the last one in the schedule, but there are some slots next week. I don't know. This may be the last. Just listen and repeat. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, so this time I said she for 4, but there's also yon because she is a bad word in Japanese. It means death. So we avoid it. We use the Japanese word. So she is the Chinese from the Chinese, but we use the Japanese word, which is yon. Okay, so we'll count again using yon. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, so we've got 1 to 10. How do we make bigger numbers? Okay, in Japanese, it's really easy because we just add the numbers or multiply the numbers together. Okay, so to make 20, we say 210. Okay, so 2 was ni and 10 is ju, need you. Okay, so let's, and 1,000 is sen. So we're going to try this one first. So this would be ni sen hyaku. That's 100 en. Okay, ni sen hyaku en. All right, so let's try this conversation in a restaurant. Okay, and we're going to try with this, which is steaky. Okay, and then we would change the price to 2,100 yen. So first, listen and repeat. いらっしゃいませ。こんにちは。ステーキがありますか？はい。ステーキあります。いくらですか？ 2,100 円です。2,100円です。 Hi, steaki kudasai. Okay, so this is just a simple conversation to order food in a restaurant. And we saw how our ikura works. Okay, ikura, how much? Okay, so we don't have time to get into this conversation right now. Hopefully there will be one more Japanese class next week and we can get into this conversation. Okay, if you have any questions, please put them in the comments. We're going to wrap up now, so if you have any questions, please put them in the comments. Thank you for participating today. You guys have been awesome. I am back. I have the next class as well, so I will be back in 15 minutes to teach you about social issues. We'll be talking about social issues in 15 minutes. If you want to learn about social issues, be back on the italki landing page or on the YouTube page in 15 minutes. Thank you so much for joining us today. It's been a pleasure. See you soon.
Very quickly. And the last are some words related to sports. If you're learning Spanish and you like sports, you're lucky because most of the words are cognates like football, tennis, baseball, volleyball, hockey, water polo, golf, surf, and so on. As you can see, almost all sports are cognates. So, talking about your hobbies should not be difficult. As you can see, there are many, and I would like to remember you that there are hundreds of cognates, and if you check them, you can be ready to your first Spanish lesson. Thanks for watching the video. Don't forget to subscribe to the italki YouTube channel for more tips on learning Spanish. Take a lesson with me on italki.com by clicking on my teacher profile link in the description. Hasta luego!
Hi everyone, it's Caroline here and I teach English on italki. Today I am going to be talking about business idioms or idioms you might hear in your office or in your workplace. A student asked me a really good question the other day. He asked me whether, because I'm a native English speaker, do I know every single idiom? And the answer is no. Idioms are phrases or expressions that come from a particular place or a particular age group. So idioms are different in the UK to idioms in the United States. I have chosen 5 business idioms to talk to you about today, and you may hear them in an office in the UK or in the States. So hopefully they will be super useful for you. Idiom number 1 is the big picture. Imagine you go into a meeting and your boss says to you, you've lost sight of the big picture. What does that mean? That means that you are thinking too much about the small details of the project, and you are so interested in those little details that you don't remember what it is you're trying to achieve. So always keep sight of the big picture. The second idiom is to go the extra mile. Now imagine you're in an interview and the interviewer says to you that they are looking for someone who always goes the extra mile. What does that mean? Does it mean they want you to run around the office every day? No, it means they want you to do more than just what is in the job description. They want you to go that little bit further and to take on extra responsibilities. That is going the extra mile. The third idiom is a win-win situation. A win-win situation means everybody gains something. A really good example of this is these videos that I'm making for italki. italki gains some content for their website, some lessons for their learners, and I have a platform where students can see me and book lessons with me. It's a win-win. italki wins, and Caroline wins. The fourth idiom is word of mouth. So an example of this is, think about how you found italki. Did you find italki by searching on Google, or did you find italki because one of your friends recommended it to you? Recommendations from friends are word of mouth. It can be positive or it can be negative. If your company gets bad word of mouth, it is going to be a very difficult time for your company because people really listen to the opinions of their friends. So make sure whatever you do, you have good word of mouth about it. The fifth and final business idiom is to touch base. My manager used to say this to me a lot. To touch base means to have a very quick and short meeting about a project or something that you are working on. It might only be 5 minutes of your time, but in that time, you will check that your understanding of the project is the same as your manager's understanding of the project. So I have a challenge for you. In your next lesson, I want you to ask your teacher if you can touch base about what you have learned in your lessons so far. This could be 5 minutes at the end of the lesson where you review all of the different subjects that you have been studying. You're touching base about the things you have covered so far. Thank you so much for watching this video. Don't forget to subscribe to italki by clicking somewhere. And you can take a lesson with me by clicking on my teacher profile in the description box. Have a good day, everyone. Bye.
Welcome back to the Stop Being Boring When Speaking English video series. When speaking to native English speakers, it's useful to use a variety of vocabulary to make your conversations sound more interesting and flow. Why not spice up your language a little bit and impress others with your speaking abilities? In this next video, we will take a look at some American and British slang.
Number 1, American. John Hancock.
John Hancock. So that's a person.
It's a name of a person, yes.
And it's American slang.
Who do you think it means?
I just got John Hancock. Does it mean like wasted?
Certainly not.
Give me an example.
Okay, so can I please have your John Hancock at the bottom of this paper? Come on, you gotta get it now.
Is it your signature?
Yes, you got it! That was easy.
Okay, awesome. Number 1, British. Peak. What does peak mean?
Like, taking a peek.
No, that's
Sorry, that's not taking a peek.
That's not slang.
This is taking a peek.
Well, that's just like taking a peek. That's not slang.
Oh.
Like in a slang
peak. Like the peak of a mountain? That's not slang. That's actually
that is the peak of a mountain.
I don't know. Tell me.
Okay, let me give you an example. So say you go out one night and you lose your purse, your keys.
Is it like the most horrible situation you can be in?
Yeah, exactly. You'd be like, that's so peak. You'd be like, oh, yeah. How was your night? It was so peak.
I just got fired. That's so peak.
Exactly.
Cool.
So it's like the peak of badness, I guess.
Oh, I got it.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the peak.
2, American. Jacked.
Jacked. Does that mean like hench?
What does hench mean?
Like say you go to the gym.
Don't answer back with a slang word.
So the British equivalent of jacked would be hench, I think. So if someone's like really ripped.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
So hench.
Go to the gym, work out a lot.
Like, whoa, look at him, he's so jacked.
We would say hench. Number 2, British. Peng. Peng.
Peng.
Peng. P-E-N-G. Peng.
Like someone being hanged on the head with something? Or I'm just thinking of bang and peng. It's similar, I don't know.
I guess it's a little similar. No.
Give me an example.
Okay, so for example, say you're eating a cake, it's delicious, you can say, oh, this is peng.
Does it just mean delicious?
You could use it in other contexts.
It hits the spot, you know?
Yeah, but I could also say that your eyes are peng. Or a person is peng.
Just mean like extraordinarily awesome?
Basically. If you're talking about a person, you might even say peng-ting.
Peng-ting.
Like he's a peng-ting.
Okay.
This is mostly London.
Like he's like a 10.
Yeah, exactly.
So like the top on the top.
Yeah, basically.
Number 3, American. I blew it.
I blew it.
I blew it!
What a nightmare. I blew it.
Yeah.
So that means that you've completely ruined the situation. Yeah.
Say like, I didn't make it into school. So my parents will not be proud of me. I blew it.
Yeah, but you rocked up late to work. Nobody ever do that.
Yeah. I'm never late.
Number 3, British. Having a mare. Having a mare.
Having a mare. A nightmare. Like, horrible, real nightmare. In reality, basically.
Very good. That's exactly
That
it.
was a lot easier than that previously.
Yeah, well, I thought I'd go to you. Having a mare? You were having a mare before.
I was having a mare
Yeah.
before, not understanding anything she was saying.
Yeah, exactly. So there you have it. There's our British and American slang. Tell us what you thought of it. Did you understand it? And we'll see you next time.
My name is Vũ Nguyễn. Tên tôi là Vũ Nguyễn. It's really amazing thing for me. From italki, I can meet people around, and they can give me more energy to live and more inspiration to live the work also. Very magical, yeah. When I can go on lesson and I feel that I'm doing a very good job, and then working at home is a very wonderful thing. I think that I can do something, and I'm doing here. I think that I can share ideas and talk with people. That is the first motivation to come here. The second thing that I can have some money for my life to make my life become better and more comfortable. It's a very wonderful website of italki because italki is the connection between every people in the world with each other. There are many purposes for us to learn a new language. Innovation is the most important. Not only study language, but also sharing idea and culture and everything else in the life. And through the learning and teaching, and we can share more idea and we can share our life better. You know that because each person have their own experience and their own knowledge and their own way of living. And when we meet new people, and we think that we are discovering a new universe or a new area or something like that.
So it's wonderful that we have this diversity and we should just learn from each other. But if you at least just learn a second language and expose yourself to a second culture, not only do you understand that culture better, but you understand your own culture better. And if most people just did that and were talking openly and honestly about themselves and other people, I don't think there would be any direct problems. Because we're all from each other.
He's a very good student. He studied very well, and he just learned for, he just only studied for 1 month, but now he can speak very much Vietnamese. Later on, the student and the teacher can meet in a different country, and then the relationship become very good. We drink coffee together, and we go and I ride a motorbike, and I take them along somewhere beautiful together. And we talk together, and then they come back to their country, and we become teacher and student again. We study again. Yeah.
The number of refugees worldwide has reached historic levels, as tens of millions of people seek asylum from conflicts in their home countries. Even for those able to reach countries willing to take them in, rebuilding their lives and careers in unfamiliar societies often proves challenging. For one group of refugees living in Istanbul, teaching online Arabic lessons to students across the world has offered a way to overcome these obstacles and establish new hope. As well as earning income, they have been able to share their experiences with people from different cultures and backgrounds, cultivating meaningful relationships with students.
My name is Rahaf and I'm from Latakia, Syria. Previously, I had a normal but busy life.
My name is Abdullah, and I'm a Syrian guy from Homs, the capital of funny jokes.
Hello, my name is Amr. I'm an Arabic teacher on italki. I'm from Egypt.
Hi, I'm Hussam. I'm from Syria, Al Hasaka, and I'm a teacher.
Hello, everybody. It's Yemi again. Today we are looking at social issues once again. Okay, so please leave your name and your country in the comments. Okay, let's see who we've got out here, and we will get started in a minute. Okay, so today was supposed to be the second last day of classes. Tomorrow was supposed to be the last day of italki's live sessions on YouTube and on the italki page. But because you guys are awesome, they have extended it until next week, the end of April. April 30th will be our last class. Okay, so look forward to this class, these classes in the next week as well. Okay, thank you guys so much for being awesome, for your participation. Those are certainly deciding factors in extending the class. Okay, all right, so please drop a line in the comments. Let me know where you are and who you are. Okay, today we will be looking at social issues. We looked at some social issues yesterday. Yesterday we looked at economics. Today we are going to study about the arts. So I'm going to share a screen with you. Okay, we're looking at social issues. Okay, so what are social issues? Well, social issues are just any problems, any ideas, anything that concerns people. Okay, so you have several different realms in the world. You have natural issues, things like disasters, earthquakes, things about animals, things about plants. But social issues are those things about people, things that people do. Okay, systems that people created. All right. And why exactly would you need to talk about these social issues? Why would we need to talk about social issues? Okay, let's see. Ekaterina, hello. The sound is bad. Okay, Giuseppe says the sound is bad. Let's see if we can get the technical side to fix something. I don't know what is going on. It was fine. I just did it in class, so I do not know what is happening. Is it better? The sound is awful. What should I do? Let's see. I have no idea what to do. I have no idea. Okay. Is this better now? I have no idea what is going wrong with the sound. It was fine 5 minutes ago. So, yeah. Okay. I do not. I'll talk really loud unless I don't know. Okay, we're going to try to in. So please bear with me. I'm going to try to sign out once and come back. Okay, so let's see. Is it working better? Can you guys hear me now? I hope you can hear me now. Okay. All right. So I think it's better. I think it's better. So let's say hello to everybody. Wow, so many people. So today we have, uh, let's see. Hi, Ekaterina. Hi, Sergio, depending on where you're from. Giuseppe, Ekaterina. I already said Marina, Maria. Okay, nice to see you all. And Carol, Elisa, Angel, hello. Uh, Barbara, Jack, hi, Jack again. Elisa, hello again. Wow, you guys, so many people. So today we are looking at social issues again. Okay. So yesterday we did social issues with economics. Today we're looking at the arts. Okay. We're looking at the arts. So as I said, social issues are things around people, systems made by people, problems with people, anything people create is a social issue, okay? Social, around society. So today, let's see, why would we talk about social issues? First of all, we have tests, okay? Recently, tests tend to be based on the Cepher scale, which is the Common European Framework of Reference. It's a scale to say what you can do at each language level. In the C1, C2 levels, which are higher, many of the skills are based around organizing your thoughts logically, presenting an argument, talking about social issues. Okay, so these come up in higher level tests. Okay, so if you do a TOEIC, a TOEFL, IELTS in a higher level, you will get a question about some social issue. It may be in your reading comprehension. You may have to write an essay on it. You may be asked to speak about it depending on the test. Okay, and also it might be in your listening as well. You might have to talk about them with a business partner in a different country. Okay, they might ask you about social issues in your country, about world issues. Okay, and you might have to talk about it with friends. Okay, specifically for topical issues. Okay, so topical issues are those issues that are in the news right now. Okay, for example, we did economics yesterday. Economics is in the news a lot right now because so many people can't go out. The economy is suffering. So that's a topical issue. It's in the news right now. Okay, so today we are going to look at the arts. Okay, and how we do this social issues class is that I read a passage, you listen and answer some questions about the passage in general. Then we look at the passage on the screen, we read through it together. If you have any questions, you can ask. We look at some vocabulary from the passage and from the topic in general, and then we discuss the topic. Okay, that's how we're going to do this lesson. So our first passage, here are your questions for the listening. Okay, when and where does this passage take place? So when is it happening? Where is it happening? Who are the two people they mention by name? Okay, who are the two people that they mention? And what did those two people do? What did they do? Okay, so listen. I'm going to read the passage to you. You won't be able to see it. Just listen and try to catch these three things. Okay? In the year 1400, in the city of Rome, people would wander around looking up at the ruins of a city that had once been great. Inside the broken walls that had been smashed in 410 AD were the remains of huge temples, sports arenas, public baths, apartment blocks, and palaces. They showed people what great things could be done. One day in 1402, in the middle of Rome came a young man named Filippo Brunelleschi and a teenage boy called Donatello. They were fascinated by everything that they saw. They measured ancient ruined buildings, they drew things, and they dug around for weeks looking for bits of broken statues and painted pottery that they could stick together. They were probably the world's first archaeologists. By the time they went back home to Florence, they knew more about ancient Roman architecture and sculpture than anyone had known for about 1,000 years. Brunelleschi became a famous architect, and Donatello became a famous sculptor. Okay, so let's check. Let's check. Were you able to answer these questions? When, in what time period did this happen? Where did it happen? Who are the two people mentioned by name, and what did they do? Okay, please write in the chat. Okay, Carol from Italy. Ciao, Carol. And Mark says hi. Lucia says hi. Okay. Did you catch? Okay, so Alessandra says it happened in Rome, 1402. Yes. And the people are Filippo Brunelleschi and Donatello, sculptures and architecture. Yes, wow, good job. So maybe if you know about the Renaissance and if you know about Italian history, maybe you already know these people. So the Italians, you have a little advantage. Okay, let's look at the actual passage. Let me put this so that it's all on one page. Okay, so here is the passage. Again, today we have taken it from Simple English Wikipedia, the article on Renaissance. Okay, remember I mentioned Simple English Wikipedia yesterday. Wikipedia, as you know, is an online encyclopedia to find information. The Simple English Wikipedia is written for English as a second language learners. So the English is simple and the articles are short. If you would like to practice your English, it's a great thing to practice on. So look for Simple English Wikipedia. Okay. In the year 1400, in the city of Rome, people would wander around looking up at the ruins of a city that had once been great. Inside the broken walls that had been smashed in 410 AD were the remains of huge temples, sports arenas, public baths, apartment blocks, and palaces. They showed people what great things could be done. One day in 1402, into the middle of Rome came a young man called Filippo Brunelleschi and a teenage boy called Donatello. They were fascinated by everything that they saw. They measured ancient ruined buildings, they drew things, and they dug around for weeks looking for bits of broken statues and painted pottery that they could stick together. They were probably the world's first archaeologists. By the time they went back home to Florence, they knew more about ancient Roman architecture and sculpture than anyone had known for about 1,000 years. Brunelleschi became a famous architect, and Donatello became a very famous sculptor. Okay. So any questions, any words that were difficult? So yes, Carol and Marina, yes, Brunelleschi and Donatello, yes, a sculptor and an architect. Okay, let me add. Okay, so let's check our vocabulary. Okay, ruins. Ruins are old buildings from maybe 1,000 years, 100 years ago that are broken down. Okay, statues are figures of people made out of stone or bronze or metal. Okay, an archaeologist is a person who studies the past, usually by digging things out of the ground. Okay. The Renaissance is a change in Europe. You probably know the Renaissance, but it's a change in Europe, big artistic change in the way that everything was done. Sculptor is a person who makes statues or shapes out of stone or metal or sometimes wood, I think. A painter is a person who uses ink and paper to make art, and a writer, a person who uses words. Okay. So any more difficult words people want to know? Smashed is difficult. Okay, smashed. So smash, the broken walls that had been smashed. Smash is to crush, okay? So maybe there was a war, I don't know. The walls were smashed, okay? Yes. Okay. So, discussion. We're going to talk about how did the Renaissance change the world of art and the world in general. Okay, so this passage is about the Renaissance. How do you think the Renaissance changed the world of art and the world in general? Okay, let's add another question. One is not enough. What role does art play in your life? What role does art play in your life? Okay, so 2 questions. Okay, how did the Renaissance change the world of art and the world in general? Okay, and what role does art play in your life? Eduardo says Donatello also became a famous Ninja Turtle. Okay, so if you know the Ninja Turtles, it's a cartoon. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Okay, it's a cartoon and a movie. There are several movies. Okay, I love Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Heroes in a Half Shell, Turtle Power. Yeah, so I watched that cartoon so much when I was a kid. So thank you, Eduardo. Yes, he was a Ninja Turtle along with Leonardo, Raphael, and Michelangelo. So Alessandra says the Renaissance is a way to represent human shape with harmony. Interesting. Hello, Moises. How are you? So what do you think? How did the Renaissance change the world of art and the world in general? And for you, what role does art play in your life? What role does art play in your life? Okay. So I am not a very artistic person with visual art. So I don't have any art in my house. Okay, there's no art in my house. But I like music or movies. Yes, not so much visual art. Okay, what role does art play in your life? So Elisa says there were changes in the arts, sciences, both natural and human. Yes, so there was a lot of science change because this is when Leonardo was active, okay, in that era. So a lot of things about science that we discovered during the Renaissance. Okay, most people think only of the arts, but yes, sciences also experienced a big change. Thank you, Jack. The Renaissance was inspired by classical art from Roman and Greek arts. Okay. So how about what role does art play in your life? Any comments on what role art plays in your life? Okay, do you have a lot of art in your house? Do you like to go to museums? What role does art play in your life? Alessandra says, I live with art. I'm a tourist guide in Apulia, Italy. Okay. Yeah, so art is very important in your life. Yes. Okay. All right, so let's move on. We're going to do another listening comprehension, okay? This time also about art. Okay, let's get all of my questions on the same page so that you can see them. Okay, so our 3 questions this time for our listening. What artistic style does the passage talk about? If you know art, there's a hint with this picture. Who are the 2 people who started this style? So they mentioned 2 people. And what are the characteristics of this style? What is it like? Okay, so what artistic style are we talking about? Who are the people that started it? And what are the characteristics? Let's listen to a passage about art. Okay. Cubism is a style of art which aims to show all of the possible viewpoints of a person or an object all at once. It is called cubism because the items represented in the artworks look like they are made out of cubes and other geometrical shapes. Cubism was first started by Pablo Picasso and Georges Braque. Analytical cubism is the first type of cubism. Most analytical cubists painted and drew in monochrome, only one color, so that the person who was looking at the painting did not pay attention to color, but only to the shapes and the forms that were being shown. This was changed in 1912 when Picasso first started painting with colors and using collages. Collage is when you glue together different cut up pieces of paper to make an artwork. This new form of cubism was called synthetic cubism. Picasso invented collage because he was tired of the way he was making his art and wanted to try out something new. Pablo Picasso created over 20,000 pictures. From 1912 to 1919 was Picasso's synthetic cubism period. Okay, so that is our article, again from Simple English Wikipedia. So, what artistic style? Who are the 2 people? And what are its characteristics? Okay. Oh, wow. Barbara says her husband was a sculptor and loves art. So because she's with him, she's learning about art and starting to love it. That's good. Carol Wright says she's from Italy, so she's surrounded by beauty and art. Yes, Italy is a home of a lot of art. Okay. So Carol says it's cubism, and it's called so because it seems to be painted with cubes and one color. Picasso and Braque started it. Picasso invented collage too. 20,000 pictures are painted by him. Oh, okay. Manton says, Cubism. I love Jimica. I don't know Jimica, but okay. Let's see. Marina says she likes to go to museums, but she does not have enough time. Yes. Ekaterina says she has small sculptures in her house. Yes, which her husband has done. So everybody has a husband that's a sculptor. Wow. That's the fashion. Alessandra says, for the questions, yes, cubism, Pablo Picasso and Georges Braque. Collage, different pieces of paper together. Picasso invented it. Pilar says Cubism. And Pablo Picasso and George Braque. Okay. Adana says also using a monochrome style, no color, collage, form, or shape. Okay. So let's look at our passage here. Okay. Cubism is a style of art which aims to show all of the possible viewpoints of a person or an object all at once. Okay. So it's like looking at it from the front, the side, the back, all at the same time. It is called Cubism because the items represented in the artworks look like they are made out of cubes and other geometrical shapes. Cubism was first started by Pablo Picasso and George Braque. Analytical Cubism is the first type of Cubism. Most analytical cubists painted and drew in monochrome, only one color, so that the person who was looking at the painting did not pay attention to color, but only to the shapes and forms that were being shown. This was changed in 1912 when Picasso first started painting with colors and using collages. Collage is when you glue together different cut up pieces of paper to make an artwork. This new form of cubism was called synthetic cubism. Picasso invented collage because he was tired of the way he was making his art and wanted to try something new. Pablo Picasso created over 20,000 pictures. From 1912 to 1919 was Picasso's synthetic cubism period. Okay, so if you have any words in this passage that are difficult, please let me know. I am going to go into the vocabulary in a second. Barbara says, yes, a characteristic is that the shape and form are more important than color. So that is for the analytical cubism. Okay, the shape and the form is more important than the color. Okay, so here is some vocabulary connected to art and to this passage. Of course, cubism, which we talked about right now, romanticism, which is the idea of looking at the world, painting the world in a romantic light, where everybody is happy, everything is good, the world is beautiful. That's called romanticism, okay? And this style also extends to books as well. Impressionism. I forget what impressionism means, so I'm going to look up impressionism in a second. Realism is like the opposite of the romanticism, okay? So the romanticists wanted to show the world as beautiful, wanted to show an imaginary world, which was perfect, okay? Where the realists wanted to show the world as it is, okay? As it is. Yes, let's see. Impressionism is like Monet and Renoir, just very small brushstrokes, like the idea that you get from something. That's what they're trying to convey, the movement, the passage of time. Okay, so it's about what you saw. If you just looked at something for a second, what would be your impression? Okay, that's impressionism. Style is the word we use to talk about all of these. Okay, what style is the artist using? Perspective is the way you look at something or the direction you look at it from. Three-dimensional. So normally paintings are two-dimensional. They're flat. They have length and width. Okay, 2 dimensions. But painting in a three-dimensional style means that it feels like there is also depth. Okay. Symbolism is where we use something to represent something else. Okay. Any more difficult words in the passage? No problems with the word monochrome. So yesterday we talked about monotonous, and we had a couple of words with mono in them. So mono means one, chrome means color. Only one color is monochrome. Okay. Okay. Let's see. Yes, so Impressionism is from France, Carol says, and they paint very quick. Okay. So, on to our discussion for this one. Okay. So, do you have, let's say, do you have a favorite style for you people who like art a lot? Do you have a favorite style? It doesn't have to be one of these. What kinds of paintings do you like? Okay, do you like paintings where it's abstract? You don't know what it is. Everyone looks at this painting and sees something different. Or do you prefer a painting where it's obvious, it's very realistic? Okay, everyone looks at this painting. It's a bottle, everyone sees a bottle. Okay, what do you like in your paintings? Do you like paintings of people? Paintings of scenery? Okay, tell me, what kind of art do you like? What kind of art do you like? For me, I prefer people. Okay, and I like things realistic. And let's see, any ideas about what you prefer? What is your preferred style for painting? Okay, what is your preferred style for paintings? Any favorite ideas? So Alessandra says she loves the Roman style in architecture and the Baroque style in pictures. Okay. The Roman style for architecture, the Baroque style for pictures. Carol says she likes, sorry, it's very difficult because she likes the Renaissance, Cubism, modern art. So Carol really likes her art. Manton says he likes, she, I'm not sure. They like Gustav Klimt. Okay. Wow, you guys are going to make me search all of these things because I do not know that much about art. Barbara says she prefers not realistic. So maybe abstract, okay? Abstract is when you can't see something definite in a picture, okay? So some pictures you look at and this is a man, this is a dolphin, this is a dog, and other pictures are shapes and people just get a feeling, oh, I like this picture, but it's just shapes. Those pictures are abstract, okay? There's not one thing you can say, this is this. That's an abstract painting, okay? Let's see. Elisa says she likes post-impressionism, like Van Gogh. Okay, Van Gogh, for example, Elisa. Marina says she likes landscape pictures, and Katarina prefers romanticism. Maria says there are too many, too many to say, and Ekaterina likes Baroque for architecture. Okay, wow. You guys know so much about art. I know nothing about art, but I think it comes up a lot on tests. So that's why we're doing it, even though I don't know much. All right. So let's look at another listening. We have lots of listenings today. The next listening is going to be more modern. Okay, so these ones are historic. We looked at the Renaissance. Now we're going to take a step forward, come to the present day. Okay, we're going to talk about horror movies. Okay, so what 3 types of horror movie are mentioned in this passage? And listen for as many films as you can, okay? Many names of films will be mentioned. Try to catch as many as you can, okay? So those are your 2 tasks for this listening. What 3 types of horror movie are mentioned? And name as many of the films as you can, okay? So let's listen to this passage about horror movies. There are many types of horror movies. Slasher movies are a subgenre of horror movies. There are often also a type of thriller movie. Slasher movies normally have a psychopathic killer killing a sequence of people. This is usually in a very violent way. The genre may have been inspired by giallo, a similar movie genre originated in Italy. The 1974 movie Black Christmas is considered the first slasher movie. Halloween in 1978, Friday the 13th in 1980, and Scream in 1996 did very well at the box office and showed that slasher movies could make lots of money. Psychological horror movies are a subgenre of traditional horror movies, which focus more on the mental instability of its characters than on graphic violence, serial killers, or monsters, for example. Most of the time, this genre deal with the character's phobia, psychological trauma, paranoia, etc. The genre often overlaps with psychological thriller as well. Dead Silence in 2007, The Shining, and Babadook 2014 are some examples of psychological horror movies. There are movies which blend horror and comic elements in their plots. Unlike common traditional horror movies, in this movie genre, the viewer may be scared and laugh at the same time. Most of the time, the type of humor used in these movies is black comedy. Some examples include Zombieland in 2009, The Raven 1963, and Shaun of the Dead in 2004. All right, so were you able to catch what 3 types of horror movie are mentioned and how many of the films? There's so many films mentioned. Could you catch the films? What films were mentioned? Okay, so a lot of people hate horror. I love horror. So a lot of people hate horrors. Like Katarina says she hates horrors. Marina says she's afraid to watch horror movies. Okay, Elena says slasher movies, psychological horror movies. Yes, Alessandra says slasher movies, psychological, and comic horror films. For the movies mentioned, she mentioned Scream, Halloween, Shining, and Zombieland. So Carol says slasher, thriller. She says for the movies, Black Christmas, Halloween, Scream, psychological movies, Dead Silence, Shining, Babadook, and comic horror movie, Zombieland and Raven. Elisa says psychological and comic. Let's see. Ekaterina says thrillers about monsters and black comedy. Federica says slasher movies, psychological movies, and black comedies. And Dana says Black Christmas for one of the movies. Yes, so you guys caught a lot, okay? Let's read the article together. Again, from Simple English Wikipedia, this time horror movie. Okay, there are many types of horror movies. Slasher movies are a subgenre of horror movies. They're often a type of thriller movie. Slasher movies normally have a psychopathic killer killing a sequence of people. This is usually in a very violent way. The genre may have been inspired by giallo, a similar movie genre originating in Italy. The 1974 movie Black Christmas is considered the first slasher movie. Halloween in 1978, Friday the 13th, 1980, and Scream 1996 did very well at the box office and showed that slasher movies could make lots of money. Psychological horror movies are a subgenre of traditional horror movies, which focuses more on the mental instability of its characters than on graphic violence, serial killers, or monsters, for example. Most of the time, this genre deals with the characters' phobias, psychological traumas, paranoia, etc. The genre often overlaps with psychological thriller as well. Dead Silence, The Shining, and Babadook, 2014, are some examples of psychological horror movies. There are movies which blend horror and comic elements in their plots. Unlike common traditional horror movies, in this movie genre, the viewer may be scared and laughed at the same time. Most of the time, the type of humor used in these movies is black comedy. Some examples include Zombieland, 2009, The Raven, 1963, and Shaun of the Dead in 2004. So, any difficult words? I'm going to go over some vocabulary, but just see what words are difficult for you in this passage. Okay, and then we will look at the vocabulary and try discussing movies in general, not just horror movies, because I know some of you guys are not big fans of horror movies. Okay, some of you guys are not big fans of horror movies. So we will discuss the genre in general. Oh, genre. Okay, so genre and subgenre. Genre is from French. Okay, let me also add subgenre. So genre means a type. Okay, one type of thing. Okay, so for example, here are some genres of movie. We have horror, comedy, romance, science fiction or sci-fi, action, historical. They're all genres. Okay, so in the category of movies, what type of movie? This is what we call a genre. A subgenre is then a part of that genre. So inside of horror, there are still different types of horror. Okay. For example, we looked at slasher movies, we look at psychological movies, and then we looked at comedy. So inside of horror, there are smaller genres. Okay, sub means inside, under something. So category is horror. Under that, there are more categories. Okay, so when you see sub in front of a word, think of the subway, the train station. Subway is under the ground. Okay, so if you see sub, it means under. Okay. Any more difficult words? Overlap. Where is overlap? Let's see. So overlap. Okay. Overlap means like it's not clear this or this. Sometimes they overlap. Okay, think of a Venn diagram where you have some things in here, and in the middle there's an overlap. Okay, so we have psychological horror movies, we have psychological thrillers. Sometimes they overlap. There are some that are both. Okay. Okay. So let's discuss. So some people have already said, do you like horror movies? If you do, tell me why. I love horror movies. So I'm happy. What genre is your favorite? So if you don't like horror, what do you like? Do you like historical movies, action movies, sci-fi movies, romantic comedies? What do you like and why? And I want you to talk about the differences between movies made in your country and Hollywood movies. Okay, so what's the difference between an Italian movie and a Hollywood movie? What's the difference between a Hungarian movie and a Hollywood movie? What differences do you see between Ukrainian movies and Hollywood movies? Okay, I'm very interested to hear what you will say. For me, so Barbados doesn't have a big movie industry. But for Barbados, I think what our movies and our TV does is to cover things that would never be covered in foreign movies. So they're very local. We use our dialect. When we speak in Barbados, we don't speak, if we're doing business, we speak standard English. If we're talking with our friends, completely different. Okay. So we talk like this when we home and the boys can't understand we. That's like Bayesian, our Barbadian dialect, and you probably would not understand. English speakers don't understand, okay? And so our movies are very local, okay? And they often tend to be comedy because our type of comedy is different and we would not see it in Hollywood movies. For Japan, I think Japan likes to do slower movies, okay? So movies that get really into people's feelings, that everybody is crying. There's so many Japanese movies. You go to the cinema and then everybody in the cinema is crying. And movies that don't have a lot of special effects, because special effects are expensive. They leave the special effects to Hollywood, and they do, for Japan, I think things with special effects tend to be in animation. So live action movies tend not to have a lot of special effects. They tend to be slow and they tend to be very emotional movies. Okay, so they get deep into people. And animation is another big difference for Japan and movies, because I don't think other countries get so much into animation as a mainstream. Let's see. Elena says she likes comedies and romantic movie and also detective movies. Alessandra says, I love what is good and hate what is bad. So she doesn't like horror. Romantic, yes, and adventure for Alessandra. Ekaterina says she likes romantic comedies, historical movies, and also things about animals. Okay. Marina says she does not like horrors. Oh, and she's ill for 3 days after watching horrors. Wow. She watches comedies only. I love horrors. I watched a horror last week. I actually watched, they made a new, so in this they mentioned Friday the 13th from 1980. Okay. This is a big classic movie, Friday the 13th in 1980. They made a new Friday the 13th. So I watched a new one last weekend. I love horrors. Okay. Let's see. And Virginia says, yes, she likes horrors, but she prefers scare movies or thrillers. Romantic comedies for her favorite. And she says for movies made in her country, the budget is the difference. The budget is the difference. Ekaterina says she's seen A Dog's Life and Purpose recently. Let's see. Elisa says she doesn't like horror movies. And her favorite genre is comedy because she likes to laugh. It makes her laugh. Lucia says she likes action. Yes. Okay. So Eduardo wants me to talk like I'm talking to a friend of mine. So yeah, when we talk in Barbados, it's different. It's usually mostly the same words, but the accent is different. Okay. So, if I see my friend, I would say, what going on? How you doing? I ain't seen you in real long, yeah. Something like that, which is just, hey, how are you? I haven't seen you for a while. Okay. But yeah, it's very different. And so even Americans, British people cannot understand. Barbara says movies made in Spain are more independent than Hollywood movies. Yes, Hollywood movies are usually tied to a big studio. So they don't want to take too much risk. They want to guarantee that many people will like it. So it's never about a controversial topic. Not never, but they avoid these things. They don't want a movie that 600 people like. They want a movie that 500,000 people like. So it has to be very middle. Okay, very much in the middle. Elisa says there are many differences, but one of them is the budget. In Spain, it's usually low. Yeah, I don't think that anyone can compete with Hollywood for budget. Eduardo, yes. So it's very different. My dialect is very different. Federica likes drama movies, but right now she prefers comedies. Yeah, so I think that's an interesting thing because I think um, that's one of the big differences for me between Japan and the US for movies. People in the US often go to movies to escape their life. Okay, so life is tough, so there's a lot of light movies in America, action, comedy, happy. Okay, Japan, I think people don't get to experience a lot of emotion. They have to be very businesslike all the time. And so I think that's why Japanese movies always make you cry because people want to feel emotion. Okay, so every time I go to the cinema, we're all like, why is he dying? Why is she dying? Everybody always dying. Something sad always happens. It's hard. Yeah. And Dana says she likes psychological plots. Not important what the genre is. So a lot of mind, deep in your mind. Marina agrees with Federica. Reality is dramatic enough right now. Yes, so she doesn't want any drama movies. Okay, last one. We have 10 more minutes. So let's try one more. We're going to get into music this time. Who is this article about? What is the net worth of this person? Net worth means how much money are they worth? Okay, so when you look at net worth, like say the guy that owns Amazon, it looks at how much your company costs, how many houses you own, and it adds all of that up to say how much your value is in dollars. Okay, so what is the net worth of this person? Let's listen. Who is this article about? What is their net worth? Robin Rihanna Fenty was born on 20th February 1988. She is a Barbadian singer, songwriter, and businesswoman. She started her music career in 2003. She has released 8 studio albums and 3 DVDs. Rihanna has won many awards. These include 5 American Music Awards, 18 Billboard Music Awards, 2 Brit Awards, and 9 Grammy Awards. She has 14 #1 singles on the Billboard Hot 100 chart. In 2012, the American magazine Time named Rihanna one of the most influential people in the world. Rihanna was also ranked the 4th most powerful celebrity in 2012. She earned $63 million between May 2011 and May 2012, according to Forbes. In 2013, Rihanna was given the first ever Icon Award at the American Music Awards. Rihanna's album, Unapologetic, in 2012 became her first #1 album in the United States. It won Best Urban Contemporary Album at the 2014 Grammy Awards. In 2015, a movie called Home was released. Rihanna voices one of the main characters in it and is also the executive producer of the movie's soundtrack. Rihanna created a line of beauty products called Fenty Beauty. On June 4th, 2019, Forbes wrote that Rihanna had become the world's richest female musician with a net worth of $600 million. Okay, so were you able to catch who were we talking about and what was their net worth? Yes, Elena says Robin Rihanna Fenty. Marina says the article is about Rihanna, Ekaterina Rihanna. Okay. Jack, for the last question, there's a special kind of comedy in Poland which is about communism time. It's a comedy of absurdity. Oh, I'm going to have to learn Polish because that sounds really interesting, Jack. So the article is about Rihanna. Did anyone catch how much? Yes, so Elena is right. It is $600 million. $600 million? Let me check. Maybe 600 million. Let me check. Yes, $600 million. Okay, she's worth $600 million. Richest female musician. International singer, Rihanna, most influential people of the world with Fenty Beauty. She's the world's richest female musician. Okay, so let's check the article. Robin Rihanna Fenty was born on 20th February 1988. She is a Barbadian singer, songwriter, let me put this on one page, and businesswoman. She started her music career in 2003. She has released 8 studio albums and 3 DVDs. Rihanna has won many awards. These include 5 American Awards, Music Awards, 18 Billboard Music Awards, 2 Brit Awards, and 9 Grammy Awards. She has had 14 number 1 singles on the Billboard Hot 100 chart. In 2012, the American magazine Time named Rihanna one of the most influential people in the world. Rihanna was also ranked the 4th most powerful celebrity in 2012. She earned $53 million between May 2011 and May 2012, according to Forbes. In 2013, Rihanna was given the first ever Icon Award at the American Music Awards. Rihanna's album Unapologetic in 2012 became her first number 1 album in the United States. It won Best Urban Contemporary Album at the 2014 Grammy Awards. In 2015, a movie called Home was released. Rihanna voices one of the main characters in it and was also the executive producer of the movie soundtrack. Rihanna created a line of beauty products called Fenty Beauty. On June 4th, 2019, Forbes wrote that Rihanna had become the world's richest female musician with a net worth of $600 million. Okay, so yes, $600 million was right. Robin Rihanna Fenty was right, or Rihanna, both okay. Look for any difficult words. Okay, we're going to go into vocabulary. Yes, Elena, Elisa, and Eduardo, you're both right. Marina, you're right. Okay, let's get into vocabulary. So here are some musical genres: reggae, rap, rhythm and blues, rock. Okay, the music industry is about music business in general. Live music is when they're performing right in front of you, so a concert or at a bar. Recording is when you put your voice down on a track, so on a CD, on a tape. Executive is usually the highest person in a company or something. Okay, is we call them the executives. And a producer is someone who finds ways to make a film happen. Okay, so they organize the film on an administrative side. Okay, they find the money, they might find someone to get the locations. Okay, they deal with that sort of stuff. The executive producer would be the top of the producers. Okay, I'm not sure if they're very hands-on. So she was the executive producer for Home. A songwriter, person who writes songs. The lyrics are the words in a song. The melody is the music in a song. And a soundtrack is all of the music and sounds in a movie. All of the music and songs in a movie. Okay? Any more difficult words? Fenty Beauty, Eduardo, it's a company which sells makeup, beauty supplies. Okay? It's Rihanna's company. Okay, so I actually chose Rihanna because she's from Barbados. And so Barbados is pretty small. And so she went to school with my brother, but I have never met her. So let's see. Let's go into our discussion. We only have we'll do 4 minutes. Who is your favorite musical artist? And what genre do they usually sing or play? Remember, we saw genre with movies. It means type of whatever. So what type of music do they sing or play? Do they sing rap? Do they sing jazz? What? And how often do you go to hear live music? How often do you go to hear live music? And a tough one, let me take this down so we can see all of them on the same page. Do you think artists should take responsibility for their lyrics? So is it okay to sing bad things? Okay, should you only sing good things? If you sing something and someone hears it and does something bad, is it your fault? Okay, so let's get these things in 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Fenty is Rihanna's last name, Eduardo. Her name is Robin Rihanna Fenty. Okay, so she's using her last name. Ekaterina says she likes different music. It depends on her mood. Okay. Alessandra says she listens to pop music most of all. Marina says her favorite musical artists are Stromae. Oh, I love Stromae. Oh. Formidable. Formidable. Oh, I love Stromae. Good choice. Mike Jackson, Lara Fabian. Alejandro Fernandez sings pop and mariachis for Virginia. Virginia likes it. Okay. Any ideas about how often do you go to hear live music? Do you go to concerts or bars once a month, every other weekend? How often do you go? Federica says her favorite artist is Tiziana. Oh, I love Tiziana. What is it? Raffaella. Something about Raffaella. Oh, I can't remember. I love Tiziano Ferro. Good choice. Raffaella canta. I can't remember. Oh my gosh. And international bands like U2, Queen, and Muse. Dana says folk rock. And the favorite group is Go A. Okay. And Katarina says she doesn't go to concerts very often. Okay. So we are just about out of time. Out of time for today. You guys have been awesome. You've given me lots of comments and answers. Very, very good job. Okay. We're going to wrap up here. Feel free to leave any questions if you have questions in the comments. Tomorrow I will be back. I have a class tomorrow again at what time? My class tomorrow is at 12:45 Spanish time, GMT +2. Okay. Yes, Rafael and Mia. I love Rafael and Mia. Yes. Katerina, thank you very much. Marina never goes to hear music. Oh, and Barbara says, yes, she thinks artists should be responsible, especially if they are for teenagers, if the music is for teenagers. Okay, good job today, guys. Really, really awesome. I will see you tomorrow at 12:45 if you're free. We'll be doing more social issues. We're going to look tomorrow at politics and law. Okay, we're going to look at politics and law tomorrow. So thank you very much. You guys have been awesome. I will see you again tomorrow. Bye-bye.